Good morning, everybody. My name is Miguel Álvarez Areces, and on behalf of the Incuna Association, I would like to send my greetings to all the participants in Circular Territories, undoubtedly one of the most important events related to industrial, cultural, and natural heritage to be held this year, 2021. Webinar 3, entitled Circular Territories, is a seminar held within the framework of the 23rd International Conference on Industrial Heritage, Incuna 2021. This workshop of webinar, like the previous one of these groundbreaking initiatives that we call Heritage with Taste, can be followed by Zoom and also with free access from the Incuna channel on YouTube and Facebook. Circular Territories seeks to promote debates among experts, entrepreneurs, activists, and researchers, and thus to discuss many relevant topics such as circular economy, urban and rural development, agrotechnology, food cycles, social innovations, arts, heritage, and culture. The workshops falls into 3 sessions and is organized by the Leibniz University of Hanover with the collaboration of Incuna. Some of its conclusions and proposals will be presented in Gijón, Asturias, Spain, where the International Conference on Industrial Heritage is to be held from 29 September to 2nd October 2021. This year, then Heritage with Taste features a multivocal view of the 5 industries, highlighting their importance as essential heritage. You can consult the program on our Incuna website, and we look forward to your participations in the event, either in person or virtually. The International Conference includes access and participation in all the workshops and complementary activities such as exhibitions, field screenings, routes and visits to places of heritage interest, together with the classic routes across the Asturian landscape through heritage places with a remarkable presence of architecture, ingenuity and memory of work, museums, companies, especially agro-food companies, and of course, the gastronomic assessment with taste. All these presentations and papers will be published in a book of our collection, The Age of Memory, published by Cicees and Incuna. We would like to express our thanks to the organizers, namely Leibniz University Hanover, Professor George Schroeder, Doctor of Architecture Federica Scafidi, Master of Science and Master of Arts Ricarda Kappeler, Technical Architect Alisa Deist, and Incuna Associations and Rostri Culture Natur. Greetings to all of you and congratulations and success for this great initiative.
Many thanks, Miguel. I'm giving the word to George Schroeder for another welcoming introduction to our session.
Perfect. Do you see the screen?
Perfectly, thank you.
Perfect. Well, good morning to everybody. Welcome to Circular Territories, the topic of our day. First of all, many thanks to Incuna and to Miguel Álvarez to make this possible, and many thanks for the opportunity that we can organize this conference day that is in the framework of the 23rd International Conference on Industrial Heritage that will be held by Incuna in September, as Miguel already explained. From our side, I'm coming from Leibniz University Hanover, from the chair of Territorial Design and Urban Planning. And I want especially to highlight Federica Scafidi, who is the curator of this conference today. And but also Ricarda Capella and Alissa Disch. And I would like to mention that the topic of circular territories is developed in the framework of the Medways research project that is organized by Mosè Ricci at the Accademia dei Lincei. And we are very glad that he can make it possible at noon to give the keynote lecture for the day. Circular territories, what is it about? Maybe let's start first with circular. Circularity will be one of the most important topics in the next years, dealing with climate change. No? What is the challenge of the days that we are having? No? And probably we are just seeing the peaks, no, of the iceberg that constitutes climate change, everything it induces, and all the impacts, and also the connected things in society and in economy. European Union already since 2019 set up the European Green Deal with the aim to make Europe climate neutral by 2050, to decarbonize economy, decarbonize everyday life. Also this, with a lot of consequences in society and economy. At the same time, the new European Bauhaus Initiative has been launched. It's connected to the European Green Deal and aims to combine sustainability, inclusiveness, and culture, and to bridge between the world of science and technology and the world of art and culture. Circular economy has already since several years been identified as a core access and a tool, a basic concept that goes beyond material cycles. And it becomes increasingly clear that speaking about circular economy is also about cycles of knowledge. It's about cycles of economy, especially in a local focus. It's about a lot of social aspects that it includes. And just to mention some key aspects, the transition to a circular economy not only includes green economy concepts and regional material cycles, valorization of waste and loss, but also local value change and consumer and social innovation-oriented processes. It regards bioeconomy, energy systems, mobility systems, production systems, and for example, also sustainable building, in construction, housing, renewable materials. This is a particular challenge if we look not only at the big metropolises in Europe, like Paris, Rome, Madrid, Berlin, where such initiatives since several years are ongoing. But if we look outside, for example, to Asturias, but also to a lot of other territories in Europe that are constituted in confrontation to the big metropolises, and have to find their own way to deal with all these topics. And speaking about territorial innovation, certainly, it aims at resilience and sustainability, but also has to consider the quality of life and the gained effects for people through this big effort that we all will have to take in the Green Deal. And it regards not only economy, what is the first dimension if you think about innovation, but certainly also culture and society. And this will be one of the big challenges to combine these fields. And in, let's say, a more spatial sense, it's about setting up new poles, new centers, new networks to enable frameworks and to combine people, space, and ideas in new ways. I just want to show briefly a bit of the background, why we started this initiative of circular territories. First of all, what Miguel already mentioned is the Creative Food Cycle project that has been funded in the Creative Europe program in the last 3 years in a collaboration together with the Institute of Advanced Architecture in Barcelona and the University of Genoa, that and creative food cycles dealt with a cultural creative approach to closing cycles in the whole food culture and food economy, so from production, distribution, to consumption, and to disposition. This was like the working plan, and you can find more information on our website, creativefoodcycles.org, where you can find a catalog and the 2 books we published about this project. There will be also contributions today about creative food cycles. A second project we concluded right in this week's is called Cosmopolitan Habitat. That's the book published. It was a project together with the University of Palermo, with Maurizio Carta, and it's edited together with Federica Scafidi and Annalisa Contato. Cosmopolitan Habitat, what does it mean? What it's about? We dealt, well, the book was presented in the Barcelona Architecture Week just this May, so it's super fresh, no? And what we did was asking about a role of avant-garde, of cities, but also of smaller towns, facing global challenges that include not only climate change, but also social division, migration, cultural questions, no? And basically we formulated 3 access roads, that with atmospheres, accelerators, and makers to, let's say, open up this topic about urban resilience, and with the term habitat, also the connection between spaces of people and spaces of nature. Third point, Medways. We are very glad that we can include circular territories in the research of Medways, a project set up by Mosè Ricci at the Accademia dei Lincei. And now the ways of the Mediterranean deals, let's say, not only with physical connections, but also with cultural, economic, social connections around the Mediterranean in a comprehensive perspective. And it will run in the next 3 years. And there will be an exhibition and conference in Rome in the end. In this framework, we specifically address 3 areas in the Mediterranean, in Puglia, Sicily, and Andalusia, with the special focus between bioeconomy and territorial innovation. Just to mention that it's about Catania and the let's say, territories around, about Bari and Puglia, and about Sevilla and the valley of the Guadalquivir. Exactly, you get an impression what we are, and about this we are currently working with our students, and at noon you will get a short insight what we are actually doing, reported directly by our students. I'm very glad also about this opportunity. Well, circular territories, what could be, let's say, something that bundles together the whole day. Our interest is to look for the linkages between circular economy and territorial innovation in both senses, So on the one hand, certainly how innovations, new initiatives in circular economy that are not only linked to technology, to new economic models, but also to new social models, how to organize this innovation can influence the transition towards sustainability in our territories. And certainly, on the other hand, we have to question, what do we have to offer for such initiatives, that they can grow? How do we need to change our thinking about territorial innovation? How do we need to change policy frameworks? What strategies should we set up to make this transition possible? And let's say in the topics now that we will deal with today, we say that this is not only, let's say, about business plans, about organization models, or about policies. It's directly about inventiveness in many sense. Inventiveness that comes from creative industries that can play a major role in this change. It comes from heritage as a resource that is not only important for some collective sense, no, that is to be linked with this transition, but really also directly as a resource, especially how to deal with nature. We can discover a lot. It's about communities that aim to go towards resilience, that find new ways to organize, to motivate themselves, to play a role in bigger constellations. And as already mentioned, certainly it's about spatial strategies and frameworks. What's, let's say, our core business as urban and territorial planners. Overall, I think it's about inventing urban life and urban materiality anew. And urban in this sense now includes all kinds of settlements, no, also towns and villages, no. So it's basically about how people want to live together, no, and how this new quality can play an important role in the transition towards resilience. Well, and following a proposition by Ellen MacArthur Foundation to characterize circular cities, I would like to transfer this to circular territories, because I think these aspects are really quite crucial, no? And Ellen MacArthur Foundation says it has to be regenerative, no? So it's not only about not to pollute anymore, to exit carbon, to use renewable materials, but actively to contribute to regenerate. It's about accessibility, so not to exclude groups of society, to make it graspable, understandable for everybody, to offer new qualities, no? And this is particularly interesting, they say it should be abundant by design. And this refers to a major term in the circularity debate, that is redundance. So this means, no, that facing uncertainties, facing different development scenarios, we can't anymore only set on one solution. We have actively to produce redundance, many solutions, no, in order then that we are better set up, no, towards things that can work and other things that will not work. And this abundancy by design, no, I think can be a major inspiration for our work. And in the end, no, the aim to establish a territorial system that embeds the principles of circular economy across all spaces, functions, and frameworks. Well, that's it in form of a short introduction. I want to thank again to Incuna and to Miguel Álvarez, to Federica, and to all contributors of this day. And I'm looking forward to really interesting contributions and interesting discussions. Many thanks.
Thank you, Jörg, and thank you, Hall. And so good morning also from my side and welcome. It's a great, really pleasure to have you all here, and really we are excited to know more about your projects and researches all around the world. And so first of all, I want to again to thank Miguel Areces and Jörg Schröder for making this webinar also possible. And so I hope that this will be also the starting point for next other collaborations also in future. And I want also to thank the audience and to the lecturers that accepted our invitation. So we decided for this webinar to create a moment for discussion around the topics of circular territories. And we decided to try to create combination between research and entrepreneurship. And so trying to create this connection between these two worlds. We imagine this this occasion now together, so this morning together and then in the afternoon, as a possibility to discuss around the many topics that also Jorge Schröder and Miguel Areces presented today. And so we will talk about different aspects and about the circular territories and from different point of views. And so that's why we decided to invite, as I mentioned, entrepreneurs, activists, experts, researchers in this field. And we are very happy to have this global participation. And so I'm going to share my screen just to give an introduction of the program. I guess you can really, you can see already my presentation. As already mentioned by Jorge Schröder and Miguel Areces, this webinar is organized in the frame of two important projects. And so we will have in September this 23rd International Conference of Industrial Heritage organized by Incuna. And we will discuss also about the topics of the Medways, and so this ongoing research that we are developing together with Mosè Ricci, and he will discuss, and we will discuss later about it also during the presentation and lecture of our special guest, Mosè Ricci. And so we invite you also to join us in the afternoon. First of all, the first part of our conference, or our webinar, is this first session. So from 9 to 11, we will discuss more about the topics of circular economy and creative industries. The idea was to develop a session in which to discuss from different point of views, from the point of view of the entrepreneurs and from researchers and activists in this field, around the topic of high-tech solutions in agriculture, and so how also food becomes source of new sustainable energies, or a space product for create new materials, new products, as we will going to see also with orange fiber, and then elements for innovations in the territory, so with new creative and resilient cycles. We will talk about the topic of circularity in territories and circular economy, with different projects that also during the day, during the morning, we will our guests will present us. And so the session will focus basically on the circular economy projects, experiences, and interventions about the new process, new innovative aspects in the production and in the territorial context. And so the main keywords of this session will be food, new creative cycles, entrepreneurship, and agritech. And we will have many guests in this first session. We'll have Michelle Paul-Glaze from the University of Canterbury in New Zealand, Alessandro Pernice from Arches University College of Merit in Italy, Enrica Rena from Orange Fiber, the president of Orange Fiber, Adriana Santonocito from the company Hoskin, Alice Sadish, research and lecturer at the Leibniz University of Hanover, and Emanuele Sommariva, assistant professor at University of Genova, that will talk about the creative food cycles, and Sabrina Sposito, researcher and territorial planner, also will discuss, will talk and present also this creative food cycle project also before Jorge Schröder mentioned. The second session instead, so from 11:15 to 1:30, we will have this second session that will be around the topic of social innovation, urban heritage. And so in this second session, we will talk more about innovative solutions for the community and for the development of abandoned and disused heritage. And so we'll focus the attention on urban heritage and industrial heritage in Italy, in Germany, in many other countries of the world, and we'll focus the attention also into sustainable and socially innovative practices around the public and urban regeneration. And we will talk about social movements, grassroots movements and associations, so new roles also in the in social enterprises and non-profit entities that are able to redevelop these spaces in the urban and regional territories. And so we will talk about this process of reactivation of these spaces through public participation. And so the main keywords of this second session instead will be social innovation, heritage, and urban and territorial regeneration. And so for this second session, we will have other guests from many other parts of the world. So Megan Sharkey from the University of Westminster in the UK and from the New South Wales in Australia, Martina Massari, a researcher at the University of Bologna, Carlo Roccafiorita from Periferica in Italy. I will also give a presentation about my research. Ioanna Katapigi from the University of Birmingham, researcher I lectured in the UK. Irene Litardi, also researcher and in this a post fellow at Tor Vergata University, and Monica Lopez Franco, PhD candidate at the University College London. That will be in Mexico. And so the third session of our webinar instead will be in the afternoon from 2 to 5. And we'll talk about culture, urbanism, and sustainable innovation. And so this third session will be really oriented to resilient approaches and sustainable approaches in the development of our city, towns, but also about cultural urbanism, about a cultural approach also in the development and in this design. So we will talk about sustainable design in fashion, also in cities, and so we will talk about creative projects and new lifestyles and new works in urban and rural areas, and so in peripheral also areas of our cities and territories. And the main keywords of this session are sustainability, arts, urban and territorial design, culture, lifestyles, and behaviors. And so in this first session, we'll have our special guest, as I mentioned at the beginning of this introduction, Mosè Ricci, that will talk about the Medways project, a project that is around the territories in the Mediterranean. Also in this direction, we will have the presentations of the students' projects of the seminar Territorial Design Urban Planning of the Leibniz University of Hanover. They will present so their first analysis and projects on this topic. And then we will have the first lecture of about the topic cultural urbanism and sustainable innovation with Mustafizur Rahman from Bangladesh, Manuela Catania, a designer and lecturer based in Hong Kong, Riccarda Cappello, researcher and lecturer at the Leibniz University of Hanover, Mario Mirabile from the Executive Vice President of Southwork in Lavorare dal Sud, Ginevra D'Agostino, co-founder of Liminal Project, and Giorgia Tucci, researcher and architect of University of Genova. Genova. And so this is the short introduction about what we will have during the day. And so it will be really a pleasure to discuss with you about all these topics, and we are very, very glad to have you all here and to discuss all together about the future development of our territories, and so how to innovate and how to create really new possibilities for the future of our society. And so I'm going to introduce our first lecturer of this session. I see that Michel Paul-Glaise is already here. And so I'm going to invite Michel from the University of Canterbury in Christchurch in New Zealand. Michel, can you? Okay, hello. And so she's an enterprise manager at the Center for Entrepreneurship at the University of Canterbury in Christchurch, and she will talk about new innovations to fuel New Zealand's food, fiber, and agritech sector. So I leave you the stage, and so please, if you want to, you can share your screen, and so we start with this first lecture today.
Excellent, wonderful. Thank you so much, Federica. So you want me to share my screen with my video?
Yeah, that's great.
Let me just make sure I'm sharing the right screen. Sharing that now. The right one up. Here we go, sharing. And sorry, let me just make sure I'm right at the beginning. Right, so kia ora everybody. I'm going to be discussing new innovations to fuel New Zealand's food, fibre and agritech sector. And let me just bring this into the right format here. Oh, no, I don't want to do that one. I don't want to do that one, excuse me. Well, let me just try that one. Presentation mode. I'm just going to stop sharing just for a moment. My apologies.
Yes, no worries.
To present mode, let me try that one again. So I'm in present mode and now I will share my screen. I should have done that first. So for me, it's 7 p.m. at night and I've just been finding office space and it's a delight to be here. So here I am and we're all sorted. So today I'm going to be discussing the new innovations to fuel New Zealand's food, fibre and agritech sector. So I am here in Christchurch, kia ora from New Zealand. A little bit about me. So in the bio that I sent through to Federica as well, I'm based at the University of Canterbury, Enterprise Manager at the Centre for Entrepreneurship. And there's a real appetite for delivering innovation programs here at the University of Canterbury. So we're in the South Island on the East Coast. And there's a real need for food and agri-tech innovation. And I'll be talking tonight about a recent food, fibre and agri-tech challenge. And there's some interesting teams went through the accelerator program that sort of tie in quite nicely from a circular economy perspective. So Canterbury is New Zealand's largest agricultural region. It's a testbed for innovation. The recent challenge had a combination of companies and teams from Crown research institutions, so they're government-funded organisations, including Ag Research. We work very closely with our Christchurch NZ, our economic development agency here in Christchurch. So we're looking at building capabilities, and we're looking at the larger economic picture of what that value can then contribute to the economy. We also work very closely with KiwiNet through this challenge. So they're a research commercialisation arm, and I've mentioned Ag Research as a CRI. And we had a number of university contributions, so Lincoln University, B-Link Innovation, as well as our delivery partners. So as an innovation ecosystem, there is a lot of appetite for supporting these ventures. And the teams that went through were focusing on innovation and on-farm technologies, agricultural production and processing, and also the food and fibre products. So, you know, this food, fibre and agri-tech supernode challenge was all about solving some important problems around food security, water quality, soil preservation, and looking at innovative ways of doing this as well. I've mentioned the challenge partners. So we've got the Centre for Entrepreneurship at the university, and we also run a founder incubator. So Think Lab Canterbury is an internationally connected founder incubator, and it's embedded within the Centre for Entrepreneurship. So we had Think Lab advisors delivering the accelerator content, and I work alongside these advisors as well. And it's as a venture catalyst and support for emerging research, science and technology founders. There's a real, I guess, a pathway for taking these ideas and concepts forward. There's obviously a lot happening globally, and New Zealand is a small country of 5 million people, you know, we've successfully sort of managed to keep the world at bay from a COVID perspective, but we need to be there on a global stage, and we need to be really, you know, delivering economic value for our small country. The accelerator part of the challenge, we really focused on defining some problems, some real problems, on who the customer was for these problems, and then we supported the teams through the accelerator process to really be able to articulate the value proposition. So I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the companies that went through. So we had a range of companies. I've just sort of picked a very small group of the companies that went through that I thought might be of interest in this talk here tonight, in this presentation tonight. And so, you know, quite a range of interesting companies solving interesting challenges and problems. So one of the first companies I'm just going to showcase tonight is a company called GeneSmith. They're using technology to basically support on-farm decision-making. And they're using AI in the sense of artificial intelligence, not the other type of AI, for looking at, for basically matching lambs to use, and looking at how Kiwi sheep farmers and Australian sheep farmers as well actually can start to focus on unlocking latent potential in the industry. So they're identifying the types of animals best suited to a farming system they can pick up from a gate if animals are injured or sick. And they've just got that 24/7 kind of presence in Canterbury and Christchurch. It's winter, so we've had snowstorms. So there's a lot of you know, ability to use that data to make better on-farm decisions. One of the other companies, I'm just going to go through about half a dozen. I am trying to take all the time up. We've got Happy Cow Milk. So this is a really interesting cut out the large milk producers and take milk production effectively to the farmers. So Glenn has a setup in a cafe in the CBD in Christchurch, where the milk is pasteurized. So they have a partnership with a farm, with one farmer. The milk is all pasteurized on premise, and it's just sort of back to that move back to sort of the localization of production. So New Zealand sort of went sort of big and big scale. Fonterra is obviously our largest kind of, well, it's obvious to us because we live in New Zealand, but it's a very large exporter. But there's this move back to localization, to supporting small communities and a farmer-led business. So Glenn went through and took out the Enterprise Small Business Award for his approach to this problem that we see. Of interest from a fibre perspective, we have a University of Canterbury PhD student, Mariam, who was working on flow batteries, so environmentally friendly battery technology to optimise and reduce the cost of flow batteries, and using natural fibres. That's a really interesting opportunity for Mariam. She's in the process of handing in her PhD at the moment, and we've been supporting her through that process. So the next step for her will be how to commercialise that research, and we're also working working with her supervisor within the University of Canterbury to see, you know, what that commercialisation pathway will be. So really interesting project that she's been involved in. From the Ag Research, Crown Research Institute, we have Clarispec. So from an on-farm systems award process. They have a tool to measure lamb product quality, hyperspectral imaging. So there are several sort of applications utilizing that technology, and just looking at the value add-ons. So New Zealand has traditionally been let's export the raw products without that value add. And now again, with that sort of trend towards localization, there's also a trend now to how can we add value before we export all our best and most fabulous products. So I think, you know, how Cameron and the team have sort of developed the opportunity with Clarispec is going to be really sort of change that value add, particularly for the sheep industry. From a bio protectant angle, we had Lisa took lateral through the accelerator program, and you know, looking at different ways of solving the problems of pest control. So this is the development of a bacteria-based bioprotectant. Had a lot of people interested. They took out the Out of Canterbury Award. They're actually a team that's based in the top of the North Island in Auckland. But there's some really interesting opportunities for this particular company to save a range of challenges in the process of capital raising at the moment. I guess from a global perspective in New Zealand, taking the community approach to a business, so a Māori iwi-led community approach to business. We were very excited to have Adam and the Pure Heart Aotearoa hemp milk product in the accelerator program. It's a company established by an iwi up in the North Island, Ngāti ka hungunu ki tamaki nui arua, and that translates to the people of Kahungunu, or the chief. So this is all about taking an approach that supports the people of the community, takes natural resources and traditional knowledge and supports the community to create jobs and to really take products and businesses forward. So Pure Heart have a range of products actually already available online, and they're developing this absolutely delicious hemp milk, or I'm sure it will be delicious, and I'm looking forward to testing that as soon as it's available, which should be very soon. So they're looking to scale up production at the moment and get that to market. And then also from a fibre perspective, just my sort of final example of the teams that went through the accelerator program, right here in the University of Canterbury, in the Centre for Entrepreneurship, we have Kiwi Innovations. So they're taking a traditional product, harakiki, flax, traditional Indigenous flax in New Zealand, and they've made a biocomposite skateboard from that. So I spoke actually to one of the co-founders today, William, and the natural fibre composite area is growing exponentially. Harakiki flax is an opportunity to upcycle. The flax itself is used in a lot of riparian planting around the riverways in Canterbury, and they've taken that product and then combined it with recycled PLA from 3D printer waste from universities and schools. So I think there's some really interesting opportunities from this perspective to do more of this. And you know, these guys they're pretty excited to take this forward. So, you know, from the perspective of showcasing some innovation to take these companies through a process of basically market validation, bit of a commercialization process in a really condensed and compressed sort of frame of time. We're really excited to see these companies go forward, these products go to market, these individuals build entrepreneurial capabilities and change the world. So I'm going to go ciao, but it's not really ciao yet because I understand we have time for questions. Does anyone have any questions about the Food, Fibre and Agritech Challenge?
Yeah, I actually have a curiosity. So I'm an architect and urban planner, and so I found really interesting what your presentation, and so these examples and companies that participated in this challenge. And so I want to know, I don't know if you can actually answer to my curiosity, but it's more about what is the role in these experiences from about the role of the local governments of the municipalities in the promotion of new technologies, in the promotion of innovation in agriculture? And so I want to know if there are any kind of initiatives that support these activities in New Zealand.
Absolutely. So being based at the Centre for Entrepreneurship and working with the Think Lab Founder Incubator, we get funding from the government, from Callaghan Innovation, from our regional economic development agency, effectively Christchurch NZ, to fund innovation. There's, you know, the importance of developing entrepreneurial capabilities is well recognised in New Zealand, and as we move to the future of work and we're utilising technologies in a digital-led economy, there is also an appetite to look at the ways that things have been done, to look at better ways, to look at vision mātauranga and look at traditional methods of delivering delivering product as well, and tapping into those people and resources and knowledge, and, you know, can we create a better future? So there's a lot of support from government for these types of programs, and we, you know, from the Food, Fibre and Agritech Supernode Challenge was a highly successful program. It's a very high profile program. It's received a lot of positive feedback, and very proud to have been involved with it.
Thank you. Are there further questions or comments? I see that in the chat, Alessandro Pernice wrote that good examples of how to link social inclusion, business development, and circular economy. So if, we have a very strict program, so I think we will go ahead with the next lecture. Many thanks, Michelle, for this contribution and presentation. And I know that there is quite late, and so it's 9 p.m. And so we really thank you for joining us. And yes, so many thanks.
Thank you for the opportunity, and take care. We'll catch you soon. Thank you.
Thank you. And so we move from one island to another one. We go to Sicily, and I'm going to introduce Alessandro Pernice from the Arches University College of Merit. He's a consultant on EU public affairs and on project management, and he will talk about the Elius and CityRed projects, and so 2 examples to boost circular economy and rural urban development. And so, Alessandro, the stage is yours. You can share your screen.
Thank you very much, Federica. Can you hear me all?
Yeah.
Very good. Many thanks, sir and madam, and chair of this organizing committee, and representatives of the Leibniz University of Hanover, representatives of Incuna, and ladies and gentlemen, let me thank all of you, and especially Professor Miguel Álvarez and Miss Federica Scafidi for having organized such a relevant event. Let me also thank Professor Jörg Schroeder for his enthusiastic approach, which was shown during the presentation, and his active support to this topic. I'm really delighted to see many people here today at this webinar. From my side, today is a day of celebration of the concept of circular territories, as I think is one of the most important international events that is taking place in this last days. So let's come back to my presentation, who we are, what we are doing, and so on. So I will talk about some experiences implemented some initiatives implemented under the framework of 2 EU-funded projects as a good example to boost the circular economy and rural urban development in the Mediterranean cities. So let's move on with the presentation. Okay, can you see? Okay, I can't. I'll try to. Okay, I try to move next slide. You can see the slide perfectly.
We just see the first one.
Yes,
now.
we just see the first one. Okay, now.
Great.
Okay, can you see now the second one? Perfect. Okay, so the objective of this presentation. This is the table of the content. I will explain what are the objectives of this presentation, why the webinar is of interest to Access University College, some of the meaning of the circular economy, and later on, as I told before, the 2 EU-funded project, Ilios and Citrivet, which will bring us, let's say, your attention to some links between social inclusion and circular economy models and strategies, and then my conclusion. So the objectives of this presentation is to identify circular economy strategies by type of sectoral EU-funded project, to show how the circular economy sector proposed to boost skills and create add value and high productivity jobs. To show the 2 ongoing EU-funded projects, and which both are currently addressing key aspects of circular economy, and whose focus is mainly related to strengthen and enhance the skills and competence of NEET, job seekers, vet teachers, vet learners, disadvantaged learners, and so on. So why this webinar is of interest for us? We are a not-for-profit organization, an educational not-for-profit organization, born in 1976. Access University College developed research and training courses through several EU-funded projects in several sectors, mainly circular economy, and again here there are many subsectors such as renewable energy, waste management, citrus waste valorization, reuse, recycling, and water reuse, electric mobilities, and so on, as well as a blue economy, which is part of the so-called blue growth, so fishery, aquaculture, coastal tourism, marine biotechnologies, and so on. We work with several stakeholders across the Mediterranean area, as well as at the international level, and end user of these sectors. We mainly deliver in our office capacity building workshop and seminar, which are organized locally, and also at the partners' premises. So in each partner countries where we established some kind of cooperation. We strongly support the new action plan, new circular action plan that was mentioned by at the beginning by Professor Miguel, as well as, let's say, the European Green Deal, which is, of course, the main policies at the EU level we should focus on. We strongly support as well the blue growth strategies in terms of a way to support sustainable growth in the marine and maritime sectors. In addition, moreover, we are one of the most activist player, very much linked to UNEP. We support the declaration of UNEP, especially the so-called Pan Bleu reports, where there, which was edited by UNEP MAP, where there is a clear reference to green and circular economy as a, let's say, sector which can absorb millions of jobs in the future. In particular, UNEP has stated that the green economy is the next generator of jobs, while at the same time, UNFCCC state that action to mitigate climate change create high-quality jobs. Of course, we believe that it's crucial, it's very crucial to invest in training. Some meaning of the circular economy. Circular economy, recent studies publication have defined circular economies in different way. For instance, one of the most interesting definitions from my side was the Helen MacArthur Foundation, given in 2013. Circular economy can be defined as an industrial system that is restorative and or regenerative by intention and design. It replaced the end-of-life concept with restoration, shift toward the use of renewable energy, eliminates the use of toxic chemicals, which impair reuse, and aims for the elimination of waste. How? Through the superior designs of material, products, systems, and within this business model. All of this were announced by Professor Michel Paul-Glass before. Another definition, which is very close to our domain of activities, is the second one given by Raimondo, applying the circular economy principle to a specific sector, which is citriculture, requires a reduction in pesticide application, an increase in the life of the orchard, the reuse of all residues resulting from the production and processing of fruits, the use of residues from other crops or other agricultural activities, for example, livestock, which were mentioned again during the previous presentation. These definitions, of course, and many others are the basis for building our EU-funded projects as a partner and as a coordinator. To this regard, I would like to mention two projects. One of these is Helios. The goal of Helios is to enhance the skills of needs and women without age in the field of blue and circular economy. As you can see from this table, the main challenges are in the Med area are the so-called inclusion, social inclusion, and then inclusive growth, reduction of the need phenomenon, as well as the skills mismatch. So we are going through this project. We are going to deliver training, capacity building program, targeting 1,720 needs and women without age, which will learn methodologies, business model, techniques, process, and so on, tools adopted by circular economy enterprises. So what will be the main result at the cross-border level? Let's say the identification of relevant issues, the development and capitalization of common solutions, best practices adopted by one country can be replicated or adopted by other countries, and so on. So you can get more information about Helios through the website, which is mentioned in this set of slides. So as I said before, why Helios was mentioned in this presentation, because we want to we want to share with you that one of the main problems in Italy, in the Euromed area, is the high rate of need, meaning that in the EU partner countries, in 2019, the need rate for young women stood at 14.6% and remain very high still, let's say, in the current days. So what these problems require? It's required solutions at the level of the project in order to solve the so-called skills mismatch, meaning that most of the people most of the young people do not have the skills required by the labor market. And this is a common problem in the Euromed area. So Helios, of course, try to, let's say, address key environmental issues. It will, in this sense, address many problems, many issues linked to aquaponic and agronomic waste recycling, food waste recycling, the way to achieve sustainable agriculture, plastic waste management, sustainable fishing, and so on. So we, through our analysis in this project, we try to understand why and how to solve the problem of, for instance, reliance on plastic in fresh fruit packagings, or lack of technologies in the Euromed area, aging workforce, over exploitation of marine living resources, and so on. So we have understood that small medium enterprises are considered really the key economic drivers in creating jobs and stimulating innovation. This was clearly mentioned by Professor Michel. The projects, of course, deliver many outputs. Just to give you some example, we will do a profiling activities, meaning that we will profile all needs and women, and we will also identify all circular economy enterprises based in the Euromed area. We will establish with them, especially with the mentor, we will establish several links in order to bring mentors in co-design our training courses, which is very important, as the training courses will be delivered to the needs, and the needs should be, let's say, and their competencies should be aligned with market labor requirements. So it's very important. One of the main output will be the creation of 6 curricula. So curricula in several topics: entrepreneurship, circular economy, social and soft skills, and so on. So just to give you another example on the way to link circular economy and social inclusion, which is at the core of the Arches current activities, is that so-called the project C3VET, as enhancing green skills in vocational educational training organization through citrus waste valorization. As you can see, this project as mainly the goal of this project is to, let's say, to reduce citrus waste on the one side, and on the other side to reuse this citrus waste and valorize it. In fact, again, in this project, which brings together 3 Mediterranean countries, Italy, Spain, and Portugal, the main challenges identified by these countries and the participating partner are the so-called citrus waste reduction and sustainability. On the other side, we found green skill gaps, which was mentioned in Helios project. The industry of agriculture is being responsible, according to the consortium and the studies we made under C3VET, as responsible of the 10% of the EU greenhouse gas emissions. So we should do something. We should educate. We should enable our student, our vet learner, in order to, let's say, change their mindset, change their mind, and try to explore new models of productions. So how do we do it? We are going to deliver several activities, such as vet staff training, because we want to transform our vet organization and prepare the staff belonging to this organization. We are going to train the vet students. Vet students come from each participating partners countries, and the perspectives at the level of cooperation, again, partners' experiences will bring their expertise, will bring their best practices, and share their best practices, solutions, and methodologies with us, with Areces University College of Merit, or with Low Carbon Economy Foundation, which is the coordinator, and so on.
Sorry, 2 minutes left.
Yes,
2 minutes
please,
left.
thank you, many thanks. So actually, we are very close to the conclusion, as most of these topics were already announced, Federica. We think that we have several problems, especially those linked to waste, pruning, and collection. We should find solutions for the collection and logistics of citrus waste. We should also find new technologies to map our territories in order to understand the amount of waste generated by the municipalities involved. So we should also try to convince, let's say, educate our entrepreneurs to change their farming practices, to adopt organic farming practices, and so on, to reduce pruning citrus waste, and so on. So this is the only way that can really solve the problem of reducing CO2 emission to our planet. So finally, I will focus on the main output of the project C3VET, which is the manual for the so-called vet teacher and e-learning courses for agricultural vet teachers, the toolkit for students, the so-called work-based experiences targeting our vet learners, where they will learn how to really, let's say, adopt any kind of bioproduct production, where they can understand the process on how to obtain from citrus pruning waste as a raw material number of products such as essential oils, animal food, livestock bedding, and biofuel. So having said this, just to conclude, Federica, 8 vet students from Areces University College participated to high quality work-based experience abroad and also to virtual visit. We believe that they learned, but they also explored new opportunities regarding their agricultural studies. This is the toolkit they used to approach this matter. My conclusions are the following. We strongly believe that the green transition can have a positive social impact only if we support this transition. Eco industries in Italy and jobs in this sector are increasing. In 2017, they represent 2.3% of our GDP. And let's say since 2015, the highest growth rate has been recorded for organic agriculture and waste management. So we strongly believe that for sure the green transition is expected to lead to positive net job creation, but labor reallocation across all sectors should be significant. In this sense, investment, not only in upskilling, but also in skills anticipation strategies should be crucial to equip workers with new competencies. So we remain available for any kind of projects that can really be focused on such relevant issues, which is the creation of a new generation of workers able to manage with this new principle of the circular economy. Thank you very much. And I give you again back the floor, Federica. Many thanks.
Many thanks, Alessandro, for this great contribution. So we will talk a bit more later during the discussion. And so it's a great pleasure now to invite Enrica Arena, President of CDI and co-founder of Orange Fiber. And so, hi, hello, Enrica.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me here. Are you okay with if I share my screen?
Yes, that's great. Yeah.
Okay, amazing. Let me know if you can see it.
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, amazing. So I'm Enrica Arena, co-founder and current CEO of Orange Fiber. And I'm here to tell you a little bit about the story, but also the challenges of creating a new material for fashion that is circular, not just in the term of where it sources the raw material, but in general about the whole life cycle. But first of all, let's talk about fashion. Why is there so many hype around fashion and sustainability? Well, mostly because it has been claimed that it is the second most polluting industry. Then someone said, no, it's not the second, it's the third, it's the 10th, whatever. We know that the impact of the global apparel industry on the supply chain and on raw material is crazy. Then the amount of tons of materials that are demanded by the industry are increasing. Of course, COVID has somehow changed the path, but we haven't seen yet how, as we are about to restart. So we don't know really what will happen. But in our specific case, we are targeting the cellulose man-made fibers, that is to say, the fabrics and fibers that are made out of normally food. So they are made from cellulose. And whereas we have in Europe an incredible industry that is traceable and sustainable. So the forestry industry in Europe is quite an excellence in the sector. Worldwide, the demand of cellulose man-made fibers has actually given a lot of space to deforestation. And so we wanted to actually address these issues, and the way we are addressing these is by taking the cellulose out of citrus juice byproducts. There is to say, like when we really started this company, the idea was just to make a product that was telling a different story about Sicily and kind of finding a solution for all that citrus that could not find its way to the final consumer and is left on the trees, not really collected or harvested. But as we were investigating the industries, we found out that every time orange or lemon or name the citrus fruit, more than half of its original weight is left behind as a byproduct. And even though most of it it's basically water, there is still value that can be captured. And when we started this project in Italy, citrus byproducts were considered special waste. That is to say, it was super expensive for the industry to get rid of them. And there are so far not fully circular solution, even though the product by itself is organic, but the volume at which it is produced in a very concentrated time span during the year, 3 to 6 months, make it super difficult for so far to deal with it in a way that it's sustainable. This leads to a fact that we found that depending on the year, just in Italy, we produce in between 700,000 and 1 million ton of these byproducts that has to be managed somehow. So there have been projects about biofuel, there has been project about bioplastics, it has been used as cattle feeding, but so far, none of these solution has actually succeeded in finding an economically viable and fully sustainable solution to these things. So we proposed one option, and we are quite aware that so far we are not at a scale to make it, I mean, a solution for all the byproducts of Sicily or in the world, but it wants to be also an inspiration to inventors and to creatives to think at waste with a different from a different angle. So our model starts with working with the squeezer. So we work with those who actually have the product, the problem of getting rid of the byproduct. We get to an adapted pulp. This pulp will no longer be called dissolving pulp from wood. And we transform them with European partners, so the full supply chain is traceable and European, into a fiber for fashion that is then in turn transformed back into yarn and fabric in Italy. And we sell either the fabric or the yarn or the fiber to fashion brands. Of course, depending on what we sell, the model changes with certification and the use of trademark, for instance. So we've been the first to produce fabrics from citrus juice byproducts because it does not require dedicated yields. We take the byproducts out of the waste loop. And so we are not using any land, water, fertilizer to grow something on purpose. And we are actually providing fashion houses an alternative to the material that are already using, that it's quite easy to communicate to their final clients. The idea started back in 2012. There was a patent registered in 2013, 2014, we established the company, and quite soon after we showed the fabric prototype for the first time. It was just 1 meter of products, and it was very challenging to find a way to jump from that to our first production in 2017. We were able to make this through a mix of public investment and private investment. And it was the moment when in Milan Expo 2015 was happening. So all of the eyes were on sustainability and food. So we had this opportunity to showcase it and have a lot of brands reaching out. And we started trials with Salvatore Ferragamo, who actually was our first client ever. In the meanwhile, we started an acceleration program with H&M Foundation that every year open up the Global Change Award for 5 inventors that are proposing solution for closing the loop in fashion. Our model implied that we had to take in some hard choices in terms of sustainability after the first production in 2017. So we spent more than 2 years to re-engineering the process, and we are about to announce a major collaboration with a fiber producer, a European fiber producer, to a new product that is fully sustainable and can be biodegraded even at the household level, so not just at the industrial level. What's unique about our story is that from moment zero, we told the story of a fabric that otherwise would have been transparent, because most of the time we have no idea of what we are wearing and where these materials are coming from. We have a trademark that is registered in like countries where it's relevant for us. But more than this, we have been really telling the story of the process of the products with a full transparency on the supply chain since moment zero. We also extended our patent in those countries where the citrus juice production is quite relevant for the internal economy. So we assumed back in the day that that issue is there as well, and we lately actually got in touch with some producers in these countries. So that was proven right. And of course, as you can see from this list, these countries are also relevant when it comes to fashion consumption and fashion production. Brazil, Mexico, India. Um, as I said earlier, we have been awarded by H&M Foundation with Global Change Award in 2015. This means that apart than having quite a consistent grant from them, we had the chance to get in touch with their supply chain uh, down to tier 3. So really going back to their supplier and have the opportunity of understanding how their supply chain work and how we could make it there if we want to make it there. As I told you, in 2017, Ferragamo was the first fashion brand to actually use orange fiber in its collection. They were using our first product that was a cellulose acetate, and they were using more than 10,000 meters of our fabric. The yarn back in the days was made in Spain by a company that has lately been acquired by an US company. Um, and the whole story was a story about the Mediterranean and about entrepreneurship and women. And we wanted really to tell a different story about the Mediterranean. We also been involved in Fashion for Good Accelerator in Amsterdam in 2018 with a number of fellow entrepreneurs and inventors in sustainability. And I'm highlighting to you this moment because since we started till now, sustainability has changed so much. So the way in which we approach the subject has really shifted from just where we source the raw material to a different level of knowledge and depth in sustainability in general and in fashion in particular. We also had the pleasure to work with H&M for their conscious exclusive collection in 2019. So in this case, we were providing the yarn to them. They were making the fabric. We were checking the content and communicating with them. It was crazy because the product went totally sold out within the first hour of sales. And that was for 130 euros a garment, which was not really a classic price point for H&M. And given that the product was not a designer exclusive, like it was not from Lanvin or from Versace, but it was more just about sustainability, the whole collection, I think it was also a nice input for us to reflect, because consumers are somehow willing to pay more for a product that is sustainable. Uh, to get where we are, we raised more than 1 million euros in the first years of life in a mix of public-private funding plus sales revenue. And in 2019, just before COVID hit, we raised through equity crowdfunding 650,000 euros from mostly unknown investor. So I'm now dealing with more than 350 investors on like Telegram or whatever other channel, and it was really challenging, but also bring to the company a lot of energy and input that were super valuable. But let's take a step back. Okay, we are doing something cool from citrus, but is there a need for that? Well, it has been said and calculated that demand of textiles, as you can see from the graph, since the 90s has almost tripled. And as you can see here, most of this increase in the production has been led by oil derivatives, so the orange bar below, mostly because they are not so expensive to produce, or at least they were. As you can see on top, the cotton part has been pretty much stable over the year, mostly because the land that we can dedicate to that cannot be increased. And with the adoption of Better Cotton Initiative, for instance, or organic cotton, the yield of the field has also decreased due to the improved way of cultivate. So we have seen also an increase of what we are doing on man-made cellulosic fiber, which are the black bar in between. Uh, as the demand for fabrics increase, we have also seen an increasing interest from the market, whether we are looking at it from the client perspective or the brand's perspective, in sustainability. So since we have seen that least, for instance, in 2020, but even earlier than this in 2018, there was an increase in the research on Google of like sustainable related keywords. So people at least are Googling materials or sustainability before buying. And in turn, brands are taking action towards sustainability at the group level, at the brand level, but also together in organization. You have mentioned the Ellen MacArthur Foundation that has really done an incredible job on plastic-free items and mapping the sustainable materials alternative to plastics in the fashion industries. But there's also the Circular Fashion System Commitment that is actually grouping fashion houses and providing a way to measure their sustainability and making it comparable. Because right now, for the clients, what is most difficult is to figure out which sustainability claims are true and what is more sustainable in general. So when a brand enters the global fashion agenda and want to be part of this process of sustainability, because sustainability can just be a process. The only way to be fully sustainable is to not consume. They have to respond to a number of questions. And one of these is what will be your first area of investment for sustainability? And 89% of the respondents said that raw material will be their area of focus, which for us is a good news because that's what we are providing. But it also means somehow that it has to go together with the second most relevant item there, design and product development. As it has been said, we need to look at production in a way that is regenerative, because if we only turn our vision and said, okay, to our supplier and say, okay, find me something sustainable, and then we stop taking care of what happened afterward, it's just moving the problem a little bit forward and not really solving it. So when we had to calculate what could be our target market, we aimed at an alternative to silk, mostly for the hand feel and the kind of positioning. And we started from the assumption that cotton and polyester have a penetration of 6 to 7% of the market of their sustainable alternative. So out of the total, just 6 to 7%, it's sustainable. So we bring that assumption in the silk market and we calculate how big could be the market for us. Was more like an exercise of business planning for investor, but it's just to tell you how we actually look at our market, and this is how we wanted to get to them. So currently we are producing 15 tons a year, and our goal is to scale up to 180 ton in the next 2 years. But just be aware that in our sector the standard is producing 100 ton a day. So we are really, I mean, still in a very small pilot scale compared to the real industry. We have received the interest of a lot of fashion houses, most of them from the luxury market. The more we go on, the more other brands are coming from different sectors. We are not alone, of course, out there. There are a lot of alternatives or innovative or regenerative. Huh?
1 minute left.
Okay. A lot of alternative from food waste or man-made recycled lab engineering. But here I want to make just one small point. Maybe you have heard about recycled plastic bottles. These have raised a lot of issues because we are taking something from one cycle, the food and water, we are taking it into the fashion where it cannot be recycled. So sometimes recycled things looks better than they are. So that plastic, for instance, if it would stayed in the PET cycle for bottles, could have been recycled way more, because so far there's no technology that could recycle polyester in fabrics. And for instance, another buzzword has been vegan leather, which is something we cannot even say in Italy because out of law it's misleading for the clients. But the point is that most of these products are actually polyurethane and PVC with some other stuff in between. And whether we can subscribe or not to saving the animal, which are normally the waste of the actual leather, like the actual food system. In Italy, 99% of the leather that is produced is actually a byproduct of the food industry. There's nevertheless an issue about the end of life. If we are taking something that is organic and making it plastic, then what will happen afterward? And I'm saying that because every year and every second, more than 407,000 tons of clothes are produced. 1/3 of clothes in EU wardrobes are not used, and we produce a quantity of waste that is unbearable. So the problem there is not recycling citrus or recycling PET, is about how we change the way we produce and we use the garment, and how we can bring it back to the system once we are done with using it, because otherwise we are just moving the problem somewhere else. And there is a law, European law, that is entering into place in these I mean within the end of the year, about recycling fabrics. But the reality is, so far there's not a technology solution at scale that could help us recycle plastics and cotton waste in an economic way. So I wanted, and as we are very aware of what is happening about single-use plastics in the production cycle for straws or forks or whatever, we need to bring that idea back into the fashion industry as well. So if we want to think about investment, the investment have to be done not to use plastic in the bottles of water, and not to actually use that water, like that plastic bottles, into fabrics. So this was just a small input. Our final goal then is not just producing more fabrics that have to be managed or dealt with, but our goal is to actually give the message to our community on how they can buy less, more, and like buy less, have their garment last more, and make informed choices about the use and the buy of garment, knowing that every time they buy something sustainable, they are actually investing in that company and in the success of that company. So that's it, and I'm here for your questions. Sorry if I was a little bit long in my presentation.
Many thanks, Enrica. So I see there are already some questions, but if it's possible, I will leave it for the end during the discussion time. So I would go ahead with our next guests, and then we will have a bit of time for discussion and comments and questions. And so the next guests will be Hoskin. Unfortunately, Adriana Santanocito won't be here, but who will be here. There is here Alessandro Scuderi, the CMO of Hoskin. And so, Alessandro, I leave you the stage, and if you want to share your presentation, we are.
Thank you for having us, and good morning to everyone. So just set up my presentation. Just a sec. Okay. So this is Hoskin, and I'm Alessandro Scuderi, and I'm presenting you with the first vegan leather alternative from oranges and cacti. So first of all, I want you to look at this photo. This is the Cerro Limpio Lagoon in Paraguay. On the left, it is just a regular lagoon teeming with life. On the right side, however, the purple water killed every form of life. And why? And why is the water purple? Well, because on the right side of the road, there is a leather tanning plant. Up to today, the 80% of leather is still worldwide is still tanned with chrome, which causes huge damages to the environment. It consumes a lot of water. It hurts workers' health, and also it causes this, the suffering of animals. Enrica before me said that leather is a byproduct of the meat industry. Well, that's inaccurate. It is more like a co-product, since leather amounts to the 10% of the total value of the animal. And synthetic leather is much better because it contains PU and PVC with flatus. PU releases microplastics in the water, and of course it is eaten by fish that we eat. And flatus are potentially toxic for the human health. So luxury lovers are living in a dilemma. So to keep enjoying what they love, or to live a more sustainable lifestyle. And there are more and more of them, because since 2018, searches on the internet over the internet for vegan leather are increased by 119%. So we start seeking a solution and a perfect formula to let people keep enjoying what they love without sacrificing anything. So discovered the perfect formula for a guilty-free, vegan, sustainable alternative to quality leather, and we found it in Sicily. In fact, we patented the first vegan luxury leather alternative made with oranges, organic oranges and cacti that boosts our circular economy. And the secret, literally because it's protected by an international PCT, is in our process. First of all, thanks to Cicees Biotech, which is an alliance of companies we formed along with companies in the chemical, system design, and agritech industries, we transform the byproducts from oranges and cacti into a biopolymer, and then we use using our partners' machinery, and then we sent it to Novartis Plus Italia, which is also a partner of ours and a giant historical company in the synthetic leather production, that we will transform it into a bio-based material. And we close a perfect circular economy, transforming a waste into a new luxury material. So our production goal, thanks to our partners, we can do prudential estimate of 180,000 meters of production over the next 3 years, but I repeat, is a prudential estimate. We can produce much more because thanks to Nomarti Plus Italia, we can produce our 3 years worth of production in just 12 days. And we also already signed an LOI to sell 20,000 meters of product to sell 20,000 meters of product to a single client. And the market opportunities are huge because of the the vegan leather market will total $85 billion by 2025. And we plan to reach, first of all, the automotive sector that up to today sums up to the 40% of the global synthetic leather market demand, and the shoe industry that will increase its demand by 90% by 2025. Our business model is we target luxury brands to B2B2C strategy, and we aim to through ingredient branding strategy to reach to become the alternative to leather par excellence. And we consider our competitor first of all synthetic and real leather, and compared to synthetic leather, we use a flattest-free PVC that complies with US Ricci and USA's Proposition 65 rules. And our leather has an increased durability, so its life cycle is increased, diminishing the disposal problems. We can deliver a product that feels like leather with no social, environmental, or ethical costs, and at a fraction of the cost of real leather. And considering our more direct competitors, we are the only one that we are at our time made in Italy, ready for scale up and durable. And this our pricing policy. We are, even though we target a luxury market, we can offer a much lower price than animal leather. And so what makes us unique? First of all, our patent is a patent and product process that is not replicable, not even by our partners without us. And thanks to our partnerships, we are already a scale up. We using an already industrialized process, and we are already begun a full scale production that I can address the market demand. Ours are true made in Italy because our entire production chain takes place in Italy, and we marry the fertility of Sicilian soil with Lombardy's industrial tradition. Our certification, the Anti-Vivisecting League granted us the Animal Free Fashion label with a triple V score, and we also comply with EU's Ricci and USA's Proposition 65 rules. And ours is a true cruelty-free because no animal is involved in the process at any time. And this is our path so far. In 2019, we established the company and registered our first Italian patent. In the next year, we extended our patent to an international PCT and started to seal deals with industrial partners. Then we started the development of our first material optimized for the fashion and interior design industries, and started the marketing and sales campaigns. And our goals, as you can see in green in this slide, are to increase our bio-based percentage with a PVC made from 100% renewable sources. This was a concern from previous speakers. We are at a really good point to increase at least at 5%, but we aim to 100% bio-based material, to 100% bio-based PVC. Then we plan to establish an industrial facility to produce an organic solvent and a non-woven fabric made completely from Sicilian fibers and cacti. This is important because most of our competitors increase their bio-based percentage by just increasing the percentage of cotton in their product. But this is not sustainable at all because this creates new crops Our goal is to produce our material without consuming any crop at all, without creating any crop at all, but just using the already existing ones. And finally, we plan to reach in 2022 the automotive industry. So this was us. Roberto Merighi and Adriana Santanocito are our founders. Roberto is a serial entrepreneur and a chemist. Adriana is a serial startupper, and she already owns a free patent in the textile sector. And then this is us, our communication team. That's me and Sarah, that we are in charge of strategy and communication. And Alessia is our graphic designer, and she's the reason why this presentation looks so cool. And this is our final slide. This is our sales network. We already starting selling deals with within the United States, UK, Germany, Italy, and Turkey, but we plan, thanks also to Novartis Plus Italia, to expand our sales network very soon. And these are our samples of our product. So different textures, colors, textures again, and our marketing kit. So that's all. Thank you for having me. I'm waiting for the questions.
Thank you, Alessandro. And so I think, yes, I hope that you will stay with us at the end of the discussion. I know that there are also some questions for you. And so I would go ahead with our program. And so we go directly to Colombia now, and I'm inviting our next guest, Alissa Dish, a researcher and lecturer at the Leibniz University of Hanover.
Yeah, thank you, Federica. Thank you for the nice invitation and the very interesting presentation so far. We will be traveling, and it will be a bit different now. So this is Colombia. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's quite a broad term, circular territories, and Colombia is a big country. So I will only try to put some spotlights and some ideas how circular territories, circular economy, and creative industries are related to that place. The first will be the rural agricultural circularities. And an example of this will be part of where I worked and did my research for my PhD in Bogota. This will be Usme. So I hope you can see the map now and everything works fine. If not, please protest. Usme is, well, this is Bogota. Here on the right, you can see the big map. Bogota is the capital of Colombia. Right now, around roughly 10 million people live there, and Usme administratively belongs to this capital district, but as you can see here on the other map, it's still a small independent village, and it is a place that has been inhabited for even before the European arrival. During the conquest and the colonialization, it was turned into a colonial village, as you can see here, and since then it has always been closely related to Bogota, particularly in terms of food supply. This is still the current situation. It's here small-scale peasant farming is still going on, and of course the big market is Bogota still. The other part here in the northern part, you can see is the city growing closer to this village. This is the urbanized area. It's basically informal urbanization that has been growing there since the 1980s. The part that is marked here with the orange line is Bogota's biggest urbanization project. Nuevo Usme, it's planned to be the home for 200,000 inhabitants, so quite a big chunk. That was planned in the early 2000s, and as you can see, there has not been built up so much till now, and part of the problem, or that one of the reasons, is that when they started excavating they found out one of the biggest indigenous necropolis in Latin America here in this area, and that has stopped the project so far, and articulated some protests. I will come to this later. Coming back to the relation of USME to Bogota, there has been food supply, but also in the 30s, for instance, there was made the freshwater reservoir a bit south of this village. They made a train track to build it up, and after finishing the freshwater reservoir, they dismantled the train tracks again, so the village could not benefit with the communication to the big city. And also during this construction process for the city, in many mines, building material was extracted here, like clay, gravel, or sand. Also, the Bogota's landfill is located in this area. So one can say there is this relation of an extractive exploitation without the benefits for the village itself. During my fieldwork, I wanted to find out more about these dynamics that can be found there in the rural part, but also in the urban part. So you can see me here in what is important in USME food. That was a lunch with my fieldworking partners. You can see here some of these community initiatives that that rose up after the urban expansion project was planned, where they tried to represent their agricultural and gastronomic heritage, but also they understand themselves as very sustainable. They're small-scale peasants. None of them has more than 2 hectares in their farm. And all they understand their community and also, of course, the archaeological findings as their heritage and represent themselves here as very valuable to understand the land as more than only a commodity to be sold for the urbanization project. Of course. However, these communities that are represented in everyday life, but also in harvesting and sowing, of course, are considered from the city rather as backwarded, underdeveloped, or unmodern. We can see that USME is still very green, but we can see that there's also, we can also see here the mixed cultivation. So they have dairy products and also in these very small farms, they have strong mixed cultivation that is pre-industrial and still very sustainable. And we can also see how the city is getting closer and how this conflict of the 2 worlds is starting to become a reality also. Since the beginning of the 20th century, of course, the food retail has changed a lot. Industrialization and urbanization have changed the market. And if the trading chains before had been like one intermediary, it has changed that now the supply chain is for like 9 intermediaries that want to profit from all these business, and the big supermarkets and central markets have conquered the scene, and which is particular for the consumer. It has the prices were rising, and for the producers the benefits were lowering. There were some attempts by the people in the south of Bogota, where many of the rather poor people live, to challenge these international systems by, for instance, the Sura Bastos, which was a retailing center, which was planned to be a retailing center that never came true for the products of the local farmers and the people living in the urban areas. And another project was this Mercandrea supermarket chain that was also buying from the local peasants and also from other areas in Colombia to sell it. Well, it's not a real supermarket. It's more like selling really agricultural products, not so much processed, but rather raw. However, it was closed down during the election campaign 4 years ago because they were accused of having contact to the FARC guerrilla. We can see that in the urban part, but also in the rural part, informal selling of these agricultural products is normal, particularly due to also hygienic regulations that make it almost impossible for the farmers to sell their products in the legal market. These are some impressions also of the former intermediary places, like in Centro de Acopio and here a dairy farm that are not in use anymore. And another interesting relation between the rural and the urban has evolved. It's like the meat market on the weekends that's connected to popular party, some due to illegal butchering also. Another nice relation between the rural and the urban is the barter trade, the so-called trueque markets, where it's not only an exchange of agrarian and urban goods, but also a nice meeting and exchange of experiences of people. When the indigenous necropolis was discovered, many additional actors also entered the stage in the protest against this urbanization project, particularly academics and artists. So here is a very nice art project by Maria Buenaventura about the territory and the commodification, that it's the land is more than only a commodity, and that it's related to traditions and relations, and was actually a very nice project to connect the rural and the urban, and an understanding of all these networks and exchanges and circularities as a base for further urbanism, which unfortunately is not part of the official agenda. Then I want to jump now into a bit the more urban part, to the area of, for those who know Bogota, Chapinero, where I present some creative food, the creative food of diverse territories. As an example of a bigger scale, there is, I want to present here the Restaurante Minimal, which is a restaurant that was founded in the early 2000s to represent the biodiversity and cultural diversity and the creativity of Colombia. Colombia has a very diverse geography, 2 coasts, the Caribbean and Pacific coast, many mountain ranges, high peaks, up to 5,000 meters, and many valleys, high plains, low plains, and there are very diverse cultures. They have been very diverse cultures even before the arrival of the European and the Africans, but since then you can imagine they're like very diverse forms of food production and gastronomic traditions. And this restaurant, founded by artists and agricultural engineers, had the idea to bring this together in a very creative way. And yes, actually, I can only recommend, if you go to Bogota, to test it. It's very delicious and a very nice example of how the resource of Colombia could be this diversity and creativity. These are more screenshots of the website. I can also leave you the links later in the chat if you want to. So it's really evaluating the work of the communities and the diversity of these different landscapes. Staying in the same area in Bogota, I would consider this also a creative territory of sonic and artistic industries. Here I have an example of the music industry. Music in Colombia is very important, and here it's the capital where a lot of musical influences meet. Traditional music meeting also urban music like rock and punk or salsa, cumbia. All the different rhythms are brought together here. And you can see that you actually need a very dense network of different institutions to keep alive a music industry and to work with it. And so it's different places of concert venues, but also shops where you can buy and rent musical stuff. You need a radio stations and places of production and how do you say, grabar, producing music and then selling it also. So here different ideas of the different concert places, how they look like. So that is important. It's like also I have to mention almost none of these institutions has official funding support, but there are also places like Casa Quilele where different places meet or different disciplines meet at one place. So this is a guest house, this is a concert venue, there is like these agro market where for eco products, they have a bar and a little shop. And this is a very essential place to bring together all these creative scenes, and for the creative industries, of course, we all know we need these places. This is a recording and production studio, Mambo Negro Records. They're actually very small, but on the other hand, they are very big, have international collaborations, make these concerts, they make possible collaborations, for instance, between Colombia and Japan, or here with some of the members of Sons of Kemet from London producing there also an interesting product. But when you look at the places, it's all very handmade and rooted also, but they produce the vinyls there. Another example would be Casa Rap, which is a screen printing workshop where they do these. They're very dedicated to the local punk scene and make these album covers and t-shirts there, but they're also related to the art market. So here on an art fair, they also present their work. And of course, in the workshop, this is a meeting and exchange place, and there are some parties and workshops for other people too. A bit north of this sector, we can find the San Felipe Art District, where a lot of galleries work together, and also in the Noche San Felipe, every second month or every month, I don't remember well, you can like have a look at all these different galleries, and there are like bars and places to exchange and get to know the scene. So this would be one example. The last example I want to show today is promoting here Colombia as a creative destination, would be Ames, which is a design brand, a pretty new design brand, and they really understand also this variety of the different places in Colombia as a resource of inspiration, but also as a literal resource of creating their products. And so you can see here from the different materials and the different crafts and traditions from all these places, how they create these products. Ames actually is pretty big already, and they have very international collaborations with designers from Germany, for instance. It would be Sebastian Herkner, and yeah, producing this brand. I think that are really nice examples, and I think what unites all these projects is that they understand these geographic, cultural, and biological diversity as a resource for making these projects happen. And but it's not understanding resource here is something that needs to be kept alive, and that's something that can be exploited, like crude oil. And that's probably my proposal to see that way, and that's a bit different to what the national orange economy proposal is saying. When they literally say to squeeze the orange out, and I think that that is the wrong understanding of these resources. They must be kept alive. Thank you.
Many thanks, Alisa, for giving us this background about Colombia. And so also in your case, I think we'll keep the questions for the end for the discussion. And so I'm going to introduce our next guest, Emanuele Sommariva, that is an architect and assistant professor of the University of Genova. And so he will talk about food and creative industries in Europe and about the Creative Food Cycle project.
Thank you very much, Federica, for the introduction. Thanks a lot to Jörg and to everyone for having me here today. I'm going to share with you my screen. Give me a second. Trying to see. Okay, give me just a moment. Okay, probably you see it correctly now. Right?
Yes,
okay, very good. My contribution today is to talk about a bit of the first part of the activities we carried out with the Creative Food Cycle project, as already Professor Schroeder was briefly introducing you at the beginning of this morning session. And I'm going to share in particular the selection of the best practices, which is being edited in this Food International collection of best practices catalog, Food Interaction Catalog has been called. And we are starting in particular from a first consideration about the connection of food topics and creative industries in Europe. Knowing that advanced research on biomaterials with the motto from waste to resource and the connection also with digital manufacturing can represent a strong bet for European creative industries, startups, but also urban environments, where products replacement can significantly support food waste recycle. In this regard, food sector, from production to distribution, I mean, considering all the supply chain, can represent a significant field of research. The relation between food and the city, as we know, has been crucial since the foundation of our society. So food has been always a material for the sustainable renewal of cities and its metabolism. But more than 2 centuries of industrial development and urbanization, our society led agriculture to an increasingly marginal role. And this also led to a progressively relocation of our food taste, food waste as expense to a diffuse urban metabolic imbalance. Organic waste from our cities, but also from countryside, traditionally managed through landfill and composting, or worse, illegally delocalization, could be diverted into a resource for the creation of new biomaterials and have different way of application, from architecture ranging to design and other products, before being fed back at the end of their life cycle. The urban bioloop, this study led by Arup, demonstrates a different paradigm from materials into construction is possible. Identify a multi-scale and complementary fabrication system from a number of organic waste streams, economically sustainable for recycle strategies. The study demonstrated a wide spectrum of application for biomaterials in order to provide creative industry with cheap, low-carbon materials, ranging from pigments, insulation, carpets, acoustic elements, and so on and so forth. And some of the applied food waste material proposed are, for instance, peanut shells, which can be used for produce low-cost partition boards, rice, whose husk can be turned into ash and mixed with cement to reduce the need of fillers, bananas or pineapple or fruits and leaves can make rugged textile due to high strength fibers, as also orange fiber shows us before. Or potato peels, for instance, which can be pressed and dried to create low-weight alternative to single-use material like MDF. An interesting example for this is the Chipboards project, which integrates digital fabrication to design new eco-friendly materials in a wide spectrum of application. But also recently, small and medium enterprises experimented transformation of food waste into flexible biocomponent film, like Scooby, or compostable low-density polyethylene obtained from fish scale and skin waste, like marine text. Moreover, digital mediated communities and wide access to ICT will bring great progress to experimental food processing. 3D printing technique and digital gastronomy can be mixed together to customize foodstuff in shape, color, flavors, but also texture, like in case of Nova meat, a plant-based meat obtained from vegetable proteins, or upprinting food to use residual food flows and create delicious tasting printing food or appetizer, so to say. In this frame, the Creative Food Cycle project wants to deal with the change of paradigm regarding food as an urban commodity, able to shape more and more the social spatial arrangement in place, which see the role of urban planner, architects, and designer to be empowered with new languages too, and exchange and widening interface between creativity, place, and public awareness. In this framework, this project has been funded by the Creative Europe Fund from 2010 to 2020, contributed international debate of food urban agenda among 3 international partners, dealing mainly with 3 phases. The phase 1, production to distribution, dealt by Institute of Advanced Architecture of Catalonia in Barcelona, and the phase 2, distribution to consumption, dealt by Leibniz University Hannover, and the phase 3, consumption to disposal and disposition of new materials by the University of Genova. The scope is to stimulate this intercultural dialogue among the partner hosting cities, and also to promote a series of recursive activities which later will be explained better by my colleague, Sabrina Esposito. In particular, I would like to focus on the first stage of this project and the food interaction catalog. The catalog has been organized according to 4 readiness categories dealing with research, prototype, temporary and permanent project related to different stage of development of each case, and 9 typological categories, and this matrix of 3/7 performance items to classify the level of performances and the effects produced in the case studies in the surrounding context. Different project has been selected. For instance, I want to show you a briefly group of them. Perma-bioreactor deal with new exploitation through nutritional cultivation with microalgae, spirulina, as a super nutrient for food source in the Alaska region, grow from carbon dioxide produced by permafrost. Next, we grow as a sustainable installation. Building with spatially and programmatically designed according to life cycle of local foods. The nest building provides learning and gathering activity as new rituals and link of local communities. Urban farm, Azona in Tokyo, is to cooperate a corporate in which office buildings integrate urban farming facilities, both hydroponic and soil-based cultivation. Made in Cloister is a very interesting cultural and artistic project in the city center of Naples, with the exhibition, manifestation, and temporary market, which promote artisanal quality production to protect regional biodiversity. Manifesto Market is a gastro and cultural market established in the former earth wasteland in Prague, by including new food rituals, experiments, and architecture in this 20 containers which collect restaurants and designer pop-up stores. Yatai food cart, inspired by traditional mobile food stands by the Edo period. Yatai cart is moving as a pop-up kitchen and a bar based in the principle of self-construction and low manufacturing cost. Cricket Shelter is a modular edible insect farm using by computation and digital manufacturing. It's also creating a structure that accounts local factor like social solar orientation and air flows to raise edible crickets with the aim of providing source of alternative protein. Or Permafungi, founded as an open laboratory as ethically produced and socially inclusive courses based on blue economy, create this very interesting small and medium enterprises in which fresh oyster mushrooms and compost obtained from spent coffee grounds are harvested together. Or Apepak, as a natural and ecological food wrap, ethically produced to put together bee wax, pine resin, and jojoba oil with 3 materials supplied by beekeepers and local companies. Or Pinatex, developed for 7 years, Ananas Anam, small and medium companies in Philippines. Pinatex is an innovative natural textile made from pineapple leaf fiber, extracted through a process of decortication made at the plantation. And then textile is distributed to designers, sustainable alternative to leather and other synthetic materials. Just in conclusion, I want to show you a brief video of what the food interaction catalog collected together. This video has been done by Ayak, edited by Chiara Farinea, Reti Marco Polo, Federica Ciccone, and other components of the team. You can download the Food Interaction Catalog for our website at the address www.creativefoodcycle.org, and other publication can be downloaded for free, where you can see all the activities we carried out in this project. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Many thanks, Emanuele, for this very interesting contribution. And so I go to the last presentation of this first session. So I invite Sabrina Sposito, which is a territorial planner and university researcher, and will explain another second part of this project, Creative Food Cycles.
Thank you, Federica, and thanks to Professor Schrader also for the invitation to such an interesting conference. I share the screen. Can you see it full screen?
Yeah, not very full screen, but we can see the PDF.
Ah, okay. Okay, so my presentation is complementary to the previous one. And as Federica said in the introduction, it focuses on new creative food cycles and territorial innovations, so the Creative Food Cycles project. In particular, I focus on the working program, the implemented activities and the results. To introduce some preliminary notes. So as scholarship state only recently, food has been recognized as an urban concern, capable also to catalyze spatial qualities, going beyond a very long-standing rural-urban divide and moving important steps towards connecting the different food segments from farm to table, but also the way back in a circular way. So there has been a new interdisciplinary interest that has helped provide a strategic base for action in food sector, in particular to foster sustainability and resilience of agri-food systems. So since the 90s, there has been focus on food flows within a particular kind of urban region, to renovate linkages and dynamics between the city and the countryside. And this has been summarized by Hayden in the term foodshed. But
sorry if I interrupt, are you going ahead with the slides because we just see the first one?
Ah, okay. So you can see.
No, we are seeing the cover right now.
Okay, so I try to share again.
Yeah, now we can see local economies. Okay, yes.
Can you see now?
Yeah,
okay.
Perfectly.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. But what kind of countryside we are looking at? In the recent exhibition Countryside the Future at the Guggenheim Museum, Rem Koolhaas shows the radical changes and the technological innovations that are transforming the countryside. We can consider, for example, the evolving methods of agroecology, or also the many movements and the struggles to build safe and just food systems that involve both the urban and the rural communities. There has been focus on the economic affordability of food and also growing demand of stability to avoid food crises like the one that happened at the beginning of this century in 207, 208, as also you can see in the graph. And applied to food provisioning, the observation of material flows has contributed to the concept of a regenerative city that replenishes and not only preserves natural resources through circular metabolism, but it's also important to embrace not only ecological factors, but also social dynamics such as creative bonds and commons to achieve sustainability goals and a better quality of life. The international catalog that Emanuele Sommeriva showed you before has collected some of the many practices targeting innovation in the topic of food that are able to activate ecological role of community space. And this is also the direction that European and the global action plans are indicating. Given this background, I will tell you about the project Creative Food Cycles that was co-funded by the Creative Europe program of the European Union. It elaborated an action-based approach in which the food cycles from producing foodstuffs to recycling food waste are understood holistically and linked to each other proactively. So it emerged from the necessity of new experimentation with new typologies of urban spaces connected to food, but by means of open laboratories and capacity building. So the project articulated on a recursive set of co-design actions. We had international workshops, installations, itinerant exhibitions that took the form of an intercultural exchange program between the three partner cities of Hanover, Barcelona, and Genova, according to the three food cycles and the three fields of expertise, assuming urban metabolism and co-creation and innovation technologies to be the drivers of change. So the methodological steps engaged with research by design approach, but also with instant urbanism techniques combined with thematic lectures and expert reviewers, but also with open debates and interactions with performing arts and local initiatives. The project results have been collected in main publications that are open for access on the project website. And I will show you briefly the activities that were implemented into the three cities, but with a particular focus on the ones that we developed in Hanover. Regarding the workshop in Barcelona, it had the scope of enhancing public spaces through the agency of a creative urban farming based on advancing technologies. So urban hydroponic systems or new materials developed from plant roots, or pollination in vacant space, urban bioreactors for algal biofuel, and edible mushrooms cultivation. So these are just some of the proof of concepts that were implemented during the 3-day workshop program. The last project that I showed you, Mutualism, was then upscaled as a real installation that was called Microscape. This is a modular system which supports the growth of edible mushrooms in public spaces, but also building facades and rooftops. Producing both food but also construction materials, so it has two sizes. It consists of modules for the mushroom substrate, but also a parametric external surface that you can clearly see here to control the environmental outside condition. And microscope has been intended also to be a tool for social inclusion because it can be managed by local communities. The workshop in Hanover had the objective of enabling alternative models of distributing, but also of marketing, of consuming, sharing, and displaying or cooking food, and creating food notes. And the prototypes try to put together different sensorial but also artistic performances and experiences into new kind of urban furniture that was connected to food. And we explored ideas to reinterpret food places that are very important in everyday life. So the market that can be considered as a place of urban-rural interaction in food cycles. The kitchen, that is the place of cultural processing of materials of knowledge and tastes, or the table as the place of consumption, rituals, and conviviality. And these ideas were meant to create some kind of urban theaters to catalyze systematic transformation from the city to the communities and regional food sheds. So we explored these 5 lines of interpretation: food culture, conviviality, digitization, circular economy, and sustainability. And within these lines of investigation, we created prototypes in the form of temporary, movable, and modular structures for a multivalent pop-up market, as in the case of leftover performance, that consists of a leftover kitchen that is based on transformative social action to raise the awareness on the mass consumption and to reduce food waste in the city, especially at a neighborhood level, by motivating local communities to share their leftovers and to prepare a meal together. So it tries to integrate different kinds of functions. We have sharing cooking spots that are designed out of recycled materials that are locally sourced. Another example, this is always leftover kitchen. Another example of a proof of concept that the young creatives implemented is pneumatic towers that consist of urban totems that work with the sensorial experiences associated with food, with smell and colors. And this try to stimulate unexpected food experiences and explorations by intriguing the imagination beyond a conventional association color test. And this idea engages also with the principle of molecular gastronomy as a way to combine imagination and technology, food exaltation, and creativity. Then we have portable, that is a modular and moving unfolding table supporting a cultivating bed where various herbs can grow. And its architectures try to materialize the everyday simple rituals in the scale of amusing parking lots. So the idea is that anyone can bring a chair and can join the table, contributing to create a public living room in which you can meet and eat together. Portable has been then further explored and scaled up and built as a one-to-one installation. And the project consists of 2 parts that are integrated by structure and by function. So we have the folding table, a series of unfolding modules which can be opened depending on the needs of the users. For a small event, the table can be unfolded just a few meters, but when completely unfolded, it can reach almost 22 meters. And it is very nice because this unfolding process requires collaboration, but also an harmonic choreography of movements of all the people who are using and building this installation. And then we have the raised bed, that is the second part of the structure, that covers the table, and it contains a selection of culinary herbs and it provides also a very nice display on the top of the table. And I will show you at the end the video of the portable installation. And portable can be also transferred to other cities and can be customized according to different colors, to different uses and needs, because it takes place, as I said previously, in the standardized dimension of a parking lot. During the launch event, the Food Shed Convivium was organized as a moment of critical reflection to explore how the current food chains are creating an impact on the food culture and on the local cuisines. So we tried to understand which kinds of geography were crossed, which transformation took place, and also how there were global and interregional influences, trying to understand how to reinterpret and redesign different kind of recipes, especially coming from Germany or from the European or the fusion cuisine. So the Food Shed Convivium hosted a shared dinner, raising awareness on the cooking phases, but also different trends and different changes of tastes in food cycles, and created the stage for novel conviviality rituals, easily adaptable to different kinds of urban contexts and neighborhood. This is the design team of Portable. The workshop in Genova had the objective of repurposing food waste and other discarded matter to create eco-sustainable materials, products, and processes. So, creating biodegradable tableware or packaging and home furniture by transforming plant fibers or coffee ground or rice husk and other matters, or to create new textiles from food byproducts. For example, creating new bioresin prototypes and compostable plates, or biodegradable food packaging with origami design that can be used for also for containing food, but also to put inside seeds that can also be planted in the soil, or textile design that was built out of fish waste. And the prototypes were then exhibited and explained during open labs within an international science festival. And we had an itinerant exhibition that represented a significant series of international cultural exchanges. They were particularly based on the audience development between the partner and the hosting cities. So we had the three partner cities of Genova, Barcelona, and Hanover, and the hosting cities of Patras, Antwerp, Ljubljana, and Nancy. So they acted as real ambassadors to promote the philosophy of creative food cycles. And the exhibition consisted of 100 panels, 3 video clips collecting interviews with experts who took part in the project activities, including printed part of the food catalog, the food interaction catalog, but also pictures and videos of the working sections and all the activities that we developed in the project. And the last activities were the International Symposium and Festival. The International Symposium was aimed at an international academic audience and tried to explore novel ideas and knowledge and practices in the ways space, economy, and society are transformed today. And International Festival, that was a digital event because of the pandemic situation, and also the International Symposium turned to be digital. But during the festival, there were also some activities like the exhibition of design products or the market of ideas, and a food fashion show that took place in an abandoned heritage building called the Albergo dei Poveri. So it tries to... Yeah.
1 minute left.
Okay. It tries to demonstrate the potential of recycling materials to have some kind of performative actions and celebration around food. So these are the 3 important lines that we explored during the symposium, and that can be also an open question for also new advances in research. And I would like to finish just showing you the portable video. I open it directly from the website just to show you also that all the materials have been uploaded here, so you can freely navigate on the website and take advantage of all the materials that we produced. So these are the construction phases in which the student trying to build from the scratch all the parts of the installation. Also using digital fabrication techniques. It was an important aspect in working program, trying to combine the vernacular knowledge and digitization and circular economy and all important topics that we explore together. Here you can see the cultivating green bag, and the architect is to care of it. And preparing the recipe to share was part of the launch event of the installation. Creating also the infographics and trying to create the food flow as we showed you before. And that's it. Thank you very much for the attention.
Many thanks to you, Sabrina, and for this also nice presentation. And so this first session was really productive, and so we observed the topic of circular economy, food, and agritech from different perspectives and point of view. So now it's the time for questions, and so I invite all of you and also people from the audience if they want to ask specific questions to our guests. Yes.
If possible.
Yes, absolutely.
Also from me, thanks to all. This was a really, really great series of contributions that I would say cutting edge, no? Really the new things. And I would, if possible, have a question to Enrica Arena. Like compliments again for your great project. And I think it shows very well the global dimension, no? And the global importance, and also how you address the markets, not only in Europe. On the other side, no, things have also the local side, what is also interesting for sustainability argumentation, no? And for example, you stress the Mediterranean cultural background, but let's say it's also about very practical things, no? Like where to produce, to have a place for a factory, to have infrastructures, to have workforce that is skilled to do it, to have funding, and let's say, in territorial innovation, what we call also a milieu, of innovation, that this means really also a local network, and cooperation with research and things like that. I would be interested if you can explain a little bit, let's say, this footing of the orange fiber, how it evolved.
Yeah, definitely. So thank you for the question. So, well, let's say this whole idea happened in Milan at the very beginning, even though it came from Sicilian roots. So I think that was the milieu in 2012 where startup and entrepreneurship mindset were really started to be injected, let's say, in youth in Italy. I mean, it was not yet a moment when it was a buzzword or everyone wanted to have its own startup, but it was more like starting this process that now we see, like 9 years later, as having created an ecosystem, or partly an ecosystem, let's say. So being in a place where you have big companies, the fashion system, universities, and the big bank, for instance, was really incredible, because they were actually holding, for instance, banking group were having startup acceleration, where they would teach you how to be bankable when you are a startup and you don't have any, I don't know, credit story. And then there were very food specific track on innovation, for instance, from Parco Tecnologico Podano, or there were specific to circularity innovation program and support from Regione Trentino, where we started working with. So Milano was more than a milieu per se, like a crossroads of opportunities, and Expo or the vision of Expo was for sure accelerating that in the field of food. So in the meanwhile, we were in contact with this network of accelerator for Telecom Italia, which were, of course, digital rather than industrial. But they were opening a hub in Catania, which was really one of the first accelerator ever in Catania back in the days in 2015, and we were like a special mention of that program, because we were not digital at all. We were not a lab, but nevertheless we had this social and environmental impact at our core, and these really enable us to get in touch with the people from the juicing sector and having to understand what was their problem and how they were addressing it, and how we could potentially support them or not. But that was really, I mean, having someone bringing us really into the juicing industry was one great thing, as it was, on the other hand, being in Milan and having the opportunity to talk with people in the fashion industry and kind of validate the idea, oh, we'll have a patent, someone else will develop the product for us and whatever. And then finding out there's no cellulosic man-made fibers industry in Italy at all. All the plant has closed like 20 years ago. We need to find someone somewhere else. And that's how we started with Spain, and now currently we collaborate with German university, Sweden, Finland, Austria. So it really became an European project rather than just Italian or Sicilian one. And so the milieu, it's something that we created, and having really like full cycle sustainability in the back of our mind, we had really to make hard choices to find partners and suppliers that could really subscribe to this vision of production, whereas producing just for producing was never really a thing. But on the other hand, we have the knowledge that the man-made cellulosic industry works at some volumes that might not be possible to replicate in Sicily. So it's also for now very crucial to understand what is the sustainable path for scalability for our company and whether this is or could be in Sicily or elsewhere. So that's where our conversation is right now. Like a fellow company called Renewcell, they are recycling post-consumer cotton, for instance, in Sweden. They have recently raised more than 100 million euros in a mix of public, private, European Investment Bank funding, and they are revamping a production site that used to be for pulp and paper in Sweden. We have nothing similar in terms of infrastructure. We, don't have that previous knowledge in cellulose man-made fibers. So most of the experts we hire or work with are actually maybe never been to Sicily, if not for holiday. So we are kind of creating these landscape for innovation. But I have to admit it's very challenging, but it's also quite stimulating because it provides us the opportunity to make it in a new way that is not, okay, we have to do 100 ton a day because that's the way the industry does, but it allows us also to be a little bit flexible in designing the future of our product.
But the oranges are in Sicily, no? So it would be maybe a little advantage, no, to be near right to where they are produced, no?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we are not, Sicily, Spain, but even for instance, United States are super interesting for us because Florida and California have both facilities for cellulose production and for citrus byproducts. So we also want to produce close to where the market is and the waste is. So for sure, being in Sicily is an advantage. But if we need to create an ecosystem from zero for a plant that makes 100 ton a day, if making it in Sweden costs 120 million, making it in Sicily maybe costs 200. Not for anything, but you need to train people from zero, or you need to, let's say, attract talent from Sweden and have them relocate till the product is up and running. So one of the things we need to consider is also, given the availability of human resources and infrastructures, how long and how much it will cost and who will pay for it, because at the end of the day, for instance, in the case of the Renewcell, was really a big public investment and brand investment that are like taking an extensive step in their responsibility toward the waste of their products. So it's also really like seeing how the whole fashion supply chain is redefining sustainability and circularity, and if there are actors that are interested in replicating this model in Sicily. For sure, we are in Sicily or in Italy or wherever else. Euratex is doing a big job with the recycling hubs that are due to open for collecting, for instance, the waste from fabrics. But currently, there's not a technology that can successfully recycle in Italy, for instance. So we can maybe collect, but then we, like, not us, but in general, but we need to outsource the technology process itself. So the geography of sustainability, it's actually driven by technology somehow. So whether we can import that technology or it's better to kind of transport the byproduct, this is something still to be solved.
Thank you, Enrica.
Many thanks. Very interesting. That's we are really getting into, let's say, the scale up considerations, no? That and I already saw that Alessandro Pernite wants to say something. Maybe, if possible, I would add before a question also to Alessandro Scuderi, since let's say, to make the Sicilian triangle, no? You also talked a lot about design, no, in different aspects. And there's also the nice fico d'India, no, behind you, since that is maybe even more Sicilian than the oranges, no? Could you maybe illustrate a bit what role exactly the creative industries and especially design plays for the development of your project?
We thanks for the questions. We had a biotech facility that it is established in Butera in a former a petrochemical plant. So we also we not only gave waste a new life, but also we rewriting the industrial history of an entire territory.
Mm-hmm.
And this means to also create jobs in Sicily, which is not an easy task, and to give new value to something that was previously a problem for farmers.
Mm-hmm.
For what? Sorry, you were saying something.
Yeah, well, and what about the role of design and communication? Maybe also in this, no, to re-establish this former industrial plant.
It was, it was, and it is crucial, because without you talking about the design of the product or the design of the establishment of the facilities?
Well, and the design of the communication, no?
Okay.
First hand, no?
For us, it's crucial because our business model is based on a B2B2C strategy. So since we plan to be like Walmart or to go to another industry like Intel, like we want to be the synonym of a new material. We actually present ourselves to a leather alternative at the moment, but in our vision, we want to be a new material per se, without any, a new luxury material per se that will substitute eventually leather, hopefully in the future. But we, to do that, we have to go step by step in our communication too. So we want first to reach the big brands that currently are using leather as a symptom, as a synonym of quality and luxury, and then eventually let people forget leather all of a sudden.
Okay, so I will we will have just time for one question, I think, because we are quite late for our second session. And so I don't know, Alessandro, if you, I know that you...
Please let the stage to Alessandro, no problem for me.
Sure, Emanuele. Okay, I will be very happy and I would appreciate very much if you could answer this question, which is addressed to both Enrica and Alessandro Scuderi. I really appreciated their presentation. My question is, you know, at present, there is a very prominent skill mismatch between the job requirements and the workers, meaning that there is an insufficient number of job seekers to fill exactly the available jobs position. So my question is, what kind of competencies, skills, abilities, youth employees, young entrepreneur should have, according to your vision, Andrea, Enrica, and Alessandro, should have to support your projects both orange fiber and leather projects. So, you know, training and education, according to my vision, are very important because only through these activities and capacity building program, we can really enable our job seekers through marketable skills. So what is your experiences, and would you be interested really in transferring such a know-how, such a particular model of production to other entrepreneurs, to other young entrepreneurs who wish to learn from you? That's all. Thank you.
As for transferring, yes, we are already active in a number of space of like communities and alumni of international entrepreneurs where we do mentorship or lectures, so for sure. We recently entered the European Investment Bank cohort for social innovation tournament finals. So for sure, it's our like real call to support other follow the path or create their own path. I think for our experience, because over time we have created more than like 10 jobs, not even considering collaborators or consultant, which considering how small we are is quite something, and most of them were in Sicily. What we have found being really crucial is the capacity of people of being multidisciplinary. So a chemist that is just a chemist can perform well for sure, but needs as well as being interested and curious about sustainability, about fashion. It's impossible to think that everyone can know everything, but at the same time, having soft skills that can help them being an active part of the team is crucial, because we really have two souls. We have chemical industrial side, and we have product market oriented side, and these two souls have to interact in a very proficient and constructive way. So of course, language, I would say that without English is quite hard to be part of our team. Not for anything, but I cannot have a translator or someone else that goes into places on my behalf. And unfortunately, the level of training that we have so far often it's very scholastic. It's not like work proficient. It does not provide work proficiency, and this is quite a limit when we want to attract talent, because it's really something that we cannot do without. Soft skills. For instance, our social media manager, she had a background in international communication, but never did that. So we trained her from moment zero.
Yes, Enrica, you totally answered to my questions, and in particular, you mentioned really the soft skills, which are very important as well. The digital literacy and the languages. Doesn't matter the level of education and background for sure, but I totally agree with you, and that's why we would like to invest really to spread the message coming from your project, to replicate it in other provinces of Sicily and then in Italy as well, and somewhere else. Thank you very much. So Federica, thank you. Let's give the floor to Federica.
Yes, I don't know if Alessandro Scuderi wants also to reply.
Well, I do not want to sound cocky, but we are doing pretty good so far with the team we have. But surely we want to, looking for an expansion. We will need, of course, some extra new ideas in communication, and we will need chemists, but I think thinking of the future is not an immediate need. Thinking of the future, I think we will need someone who could help us in designing new and a better circular economy process, and someone who is capable to imagine new economical process for us, for the good of us and the whole community.
Okay, so many thanks, Alessandro. And so it was really a fruitful and productive day. So for this first part of our webinar, and so I'm very thankful for this great participation and hope that we'll have also other time in future for discussing a bit more about your projects and activities. And so I will leave, I think we can have 5 minutes break, but I promise that for during the second session, we will have a bit more other minutes of break during the presentations. And so we can start for the second session at 11:35, and then yes, we continue with our second session of the webinar. And so it was really an amazing first session for us. Thank you all.
Same for us.
Vale. Okay, so we are coming back for our second session, and so we are a bit in late respect our timeline, but I think we will have a few more time for during the second session, also for a short break. And so I'm very glad to start this second session. At the beginning of this webinar, we already introduced the topic and the and the different guests that we are going to have in the second session of the morning. And the topic, the general topic, is about social innovation and urban heritage. And so I don't want to take much more time, and so I'm going to introduce Megan Sharkey, which is a researcher, scholar at the University of Westminster in the UK, and a lecturer at the University of New South Wales in Australia, and she is right now in Australia. And so I'm very glad to have you here, and so I leave you the stage, and so to you, and when you want, you can share your screen. And so we start with the first presentation of the second session.
Yeah, thank you for having me. And I have to say, a few of you look very warm, and I'm very cold at the moment. This is a very cold day, so I'm a bit jealous. I'll just share my screen. Excellent. Can you see that?
Yes, right now.
Great. So today I'm talking about sort of an extension of my PhD research. I've been finalizing my thesis the last couple of months for submission, as well as doing a few other different sort of projects. And what keeps coming up for me, I was living in London. I left because of COVID and moved back to Australia. So there's been these sort of two very different response experiences in relation to transitions and how that has impacted different aspects of urban regeneration. And so today I wanted to talk about some of my sort of perceptions and what is happening, and some, I guess, research agenda of what's happening next. So the sort of three main questions that I'm going to talk about today is: how has COVID impacted active transport transitions in the UK and Australia? Sort of what are some of these implications for urban regeneration? And what role has grassroots movements played a role in this transition? So my research was looking at how grassroots movements can accelerate transition, particularly with cycling, active travel, and other health impacts in transport. So I won't go into too much detail of this, but this is the framework that I've been using for my own research. So doing initiative-based learning. I've been an action researcher, activist researcher, working with a number of grassroots groups, both in London for my own research and recently in Australia. Then this aspect of socio-technical transitions, which I'll highlight more today, is, what are the social impacts in terms of the technical transitions we want to get to sustainability. And then the third element is what is that sort of quantitative modeling we would do to then enable these faster. And I'll come back to this at the end. So as we are all sort of aware, COVID has impacted a number of social changes of transitions. From this perspective, it was around, it started here with this left, right? For community safety, we needed to encourage physical distancing. So what did this actually mean? Well, it impacted public transport capacity, movement patterns in the city, indoor capacity of businesses, and physical activity capability of individual residents. And so cities responded in a number of different ways. As some of you might have seen, reallocation of streets from motor vehicles to walking and cycling, the institution of outdoor dining, pop-up infrastructure, and rapid rollout of this. And what I think is important here is that in terms of these grassroots groups I'm going to talk about, they've experienced a lot of resistance to doing these different things. And COVID necessitated that change from a physical distance, which in some ways broke down barriers, but obviously had a lot of other sort of impacts. So what does this actually look like? And I'm going to go in detail with the UK and London and some of the things that I've noted, as well as some of the things I have researched and am currently doing research on. So in the UK and London, there has been more than 100 kilometers of pop-up cycleways. So these sort of little pictures here on the bottom left, where they've effectively just put in pop-up bollards that can be removable. There's been a huge and outdoor dining. There's been these, if you look at the sort of top right, what we call modal filters and additional seating. And these have been placed across all of London. So hundreds of kilometers of quieter streets, extended pavement, new school streets, increase, so if you see here, increase in planter boxes, as well as a massive amounts of funding investment in terms of public space and active transport across the city, as well as the UK. And this has also impacted pedestrian and cyclist deaths. So looking at a reduction in killed and seriously injured compared to 2019. So this was some research I did over the last year. And what we looked at was, what were the equity implications of this pop-up infrastructure across London? So we looked at everywhere where there were low traffic neighborhoods, where there was pop-up cycleways, where there were sort of street side eateries, low traffic neighborhoods, modal filters, and mapped them, which you can see as these sort of darker shades. And I should say this data was only, for this particular paper, was from March of 2020 to November 2020. So obviously it doesn't include the last 6 months. And we looked at various social demographic factors. We looked at council housing. We looked at a variety of sort of Bay and lower socio-demographics, a number of different indicators. And what we found was that actually across London, people in deprived area were much more likely to live in or near an area with an LTN and an area where these interventions were actually taking place. And what is important about that, I think from a few different aspects, was these areas, and this is sort of a second research area we're looking at now, have historically had high levels of pollution, high levels of motor traffic, lower housing values, less greenery, and a number of other factors. So we first looked at sort of the equity implications and what that might, and then I think the second stage of that is what might that mean for actual urban regeneration if these interventions are maintained over the long term. In the short term, it has meant that more people are actually able to walk and cycle in those areas, and actually have different methods of transport in lieu of public transport or increased ability to go somewhere else. So in another area, this is Hackney, which is an inner city suburb of London. And it was also next to one of my research groups that I worked with during my PhD. And residents were 18.3% more likely to live in a new LTN or near a modal filter. And what I like about Hackney was, so in the bottom right corner, you see the mayor, John Burke. He was a really big proponent of, and is, around greening different neighborhoods. And so his strategy intentionally targeted areas that had underinvestment and utilized the pop-up infrastructure grant money that he could get from Transport for London, as well as the federal government, to target areas where there had been underinvestment, and tried to leverage that with additional funds. So in this top image, you can see this is a street called Broadway. It's got a very high sort of mixed use area, lots of renters, lots of council housing estate. And it was also one of the main traffic thoroughfares. So people who use that road didn't actually live there. And so now when they've done recent surveying, most of the people who are using this space now are those who actually live locally. So they're being able to occupy, and there's tactical urbanistas. I liked from the previous presentation because there's people who are doing like pop-up coffee and all the sort of other things that they didn't previously have access to. Now, I'm going to move on to Australia in a minute, but I think in the context of UK, and I should note, this is a question that I've been asking myself, and I'm going to do some research on, is what impact the COVID death and infections have had on this sort of pop-up infrastructure and urban regeneration, but it's not something I'm talking about here. But a key difference from what's happened in the UK and what's happened in London is that there's been a bigger coalition support. So in this this was a research group that I had been working with and had developed a template for change. And they have effectively enabled bigger coalition groups to support the infrastructure that's being driven. And that this has had the impact of, in historical and sort of political areas where there's been a lot of opposition, a recent election in the last 2 months actually showed a massive drop in those parties because they campaigned against this anti-LTNs, these anti-pop-ups, this anti-public space. And they had the largest drop in votes ever recorded, and actually that the political parties who were pro these things had a massive increase. So there's sort of this, the coalition support in those targeted areas, and the how those coalitions and these grassroots groups, so these are being led by Better Streets and Living Streets and a massive amount of volunteers, is actually having a positive impact on changing the political landscape towards active transport infrastructure, as well as there's been a number of sort of equity BAME groups and council housing estates that have backed these initiatives as positive for their environment. So I'm really interested to see where that goes and what the permanent aspects of that might be. Which leads me to what's happened in Australia. So as I mentioned earlier, I was doing my PhD in London for a variety of reasons, with family, having small kids and visas expiring. I had to return to Australia. So in Australia, I launched what was Space for Health. So I took the work I was doing in London and said, why aren't we doing something here? We're having some of the similar issues, and coordinated with a variety of researchers. And so over 100 Australian health and transport experts issued a call for space for walking and cycling. And this generated some national and local news. And so the Department of Planning enacted Streets for Shared Spaces. So sort of months and months behind what the UK was doing. And in contrast to the UK, that did a $250 million fund nationally, plus millions more in London, and sort of a 5-year, $2 billion plan. In New South Wales, where Sydney's located, they did a $15 million grant fund, which funded 52 temporary demonstration and pilot projects. And then individual councils have to decide whether to make them permanent. This also had a much lower kilometers. We're talking 28 kilometers sort of across New South Wales, which obviously is much lower than the other bit. So there were we did very similar things. I should say ours were, in contrast to the UK, there was more steps to jump through around, like here you can see the concrete barriers. These wands, there was a lot of debate. They put them in and they took them out. So there was a lot of hesitation to do this sort of infrastructure. And only one of them is being made permanent. But ironically, it will only be made permanent after 2 years of further pilot intervention, even though this is the #1 cycleway use across the city. Which leads me to the second point around, well, is it actually equitable? So I think a big contrast I've noticed from London to Sydney is that it isn't equitable. And some initial research is showing that even though there's been a great increase in the pop-ups they've done, they've been primarily in very affluent areas and connected to the commercial centers and have not taken any targeted equity approach. So you can see here, these are all of Sydney pop-ups, but actually Sydney looks like this. So if you can see here, here's where all the pop-ups, and this is the most affluent area, but actually in this area where we have Parramatta, Liverpool, Blacktown, the Western Sydney Parklands, is where we primarily have quite a large of our not only immigrant population, but where our social housing. They also have within here in this sort of area just here between Parramatta and Liverpool, they actually have the least amount of access to public parks and least amount of access to public transport and higher unemployment rates. So it's an area that these things are needed more than in sort of the inner city, where actually we have access to a lot of stuff. We have access to the beaches. And when this was spoken about within sort of, I guess, in the media and in others, there was just really no focus. All they really focused on was the CBD. We need to fix the CBD. But actually the CBD in Sydney is one of the places that need the urban regeneration, that need it less.
One minute left. 1 minute left.
Sure. So this is another example with Coogee Bay Road, really popular, but 95% of response were local. They wanted it, but council voted to remove. And I think the key thing was there was no coalition advocating for permanency. They had the contrast of being mostly COVID-free, even though they had lots and lots of different lockdowns. So there was no urgency. Very similar to Melbourne as well. They've done a few pop-ups, but rather than the 100Ks they announced, they've built less than 10, and there's been no coalition. So Yarra Bike is a group I've been working with. They're one of the only ones, but they don't actually have a coalition or any sort of groundswell support. So I'm really curious to see, this was an aspect of my research, how will this transition actually impact? So the blue line, does it mean that it'll accelerate towards movement goals? What might that look like? And then in contrast, for some future research questions we're exploring is what impact did the level of infections and death have on the government response, and what might this be for long-term changes? How has activism in the local area supported the COVID intervention measures? It seems across the UK that the more activism in local areas, the bigger the impact on keeping them permanent has been. Will the equity implications continue, and what will it look like if we make it permanent? And how has it reduced air pollution? How has government used existing infrastructure differently rather than building new infrastructure? So will they keep these pop-ups and allow the space to grow, or will they remove them and then take years for planning? And then the last one is sort of how do we get better at engaging with these transitions and actually engaging with policy during these sort of impact events during transitions. Yeah, so that's it. Thank you. I'll stop sharing.
Many thanks, Megan, for this very nice presentation and for giving us this background about UK and Australia, especially in this period. And so I'm going to introduce our next guest, Martina Mazzari, is a researcher and architect from the University of Bologna, and she will talk about social innovation, urban heritage in research, and we'll talk about the ROAD project. And so, Martina, yes, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Federica. Thank you, Jörg, Alissa, Ricarda, everyone from Hanover. It's a real pleasure to be here. I share my screen in a second. Let me know if it's visible and clear. I hope so.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, I'm lost here. Okay. Thank you so much. So as already mentioned, I will talk about the project because when I was invited and I was given this track title, I thought it would be interesting to speak a little bit about the result of this European project that I was involved in and just finished in the end of 2020. The name is ROC. And ROC stands for Regeneration and Optimization of Cultural Heritage in Creative and Knowledge Cities. So it is a research and innovation project. So it foresaw implementation of actions while doing research. So it was an applied research. It includes, of course, testing and validation of a series of solutions in several European cities in the form of small-scale prototyping, a tactical form, let's say in a pop-up form, as well as we already saw with Megan. So it foresaw kind of a laboratory logic, where the laboratory was in fact the city center of 10 European cities. We are talking here about circularity. What is more circular in ROC is the methodology. So it tried to implement an approach that went beyond the traditional design approach, where the ideation dimension comes first, and then the subsequent phases of implementation arise. But ROC tried to turn the findings of the research into immediate feedbacks. So activating a sort of self-reflection and recursive iterative procedure, where each design intervention that was pilot, that was micro, temporary, of course, was accompanied with a redefinition of the same categories through which it was interpreted. So understanding and performing, especially urban heritage. ROC developed both a methodology and also a valid and effective operational management framework into the different realities, different urban realities where it was implemented. There were these 10 European cities, 7 of which were role model cities and 3 of which were replicator of such role models. So the attempt at the beginning was to find a balance between this sharing and method at the European perspective, but also the respect and the announcement of the specificity of places meant in their multidimensional perspective in physical, social, political, memorial structure. So the idea consisted in implementing specific pilot actions while supported by specialized skills that were constantly redefined by especially supporting mutual transfer of knowledge between the institutional or cognitive knowledge and the skills of the citizens of the different implementation areas. So citizens meant as every actors intervening and operating in the city, whether they are permanent or temporary, such as, for example, students. So now I will talk a little bit about 2 cities that were part of the replicator ones, the city of Lisbon, the city of Bologna. Let's start with Bologna. Bologna chose as its area of experimentation, so to speak, the university area, which is called U area. It is a place where, probably most of you know it, where the futuristic, let's say, in the centuries-old city are constantly confronting each other, are constantly coalescing. And ROC, in a way, claimed to establish new bonds through the knowledge and the experience of urban heritage, and new knowledge that were meant for the different bodies of this part of the city to coexist. So U area stands in the middle of a clash that has been going on for decades, let's say, between shopkeepers, students, residents, drug dealers, homeless people, club owners. Each of these targets were perceiving each other as an illegitimate presence. So it was a very conflicted situation. It is also an area of continuous change. And this change is due especially by its transitory nature and character. It has kind of a cyclical nature. And this circular nature lies also in the constant conflict that is unresolved between the different parties. So it's a very peculiar characteristic of this area. So ROC needed to accept these challenges and these vulnerabilities also, and try to turn them into opportunities to design the territory exactly in the friction, in the tension that generates the difficult coexistence among all these different parties. So the main goal for this area of the project was to enlarge, to widen the panorama of actors involved in city making via urban heritage action. The first move, so to speak, was to get to know the area. So getting to know it together with all the actors that are normally passing through the area, but also the actors that normally do not participate in institutional participatory process. So for example, people with disability that enabled us participants to perceive and perform the public space and the public heritage of this part of the city in a different way, for example, by using different senses, using different means of not only perception, but also narration of this part of the city. So people with visual impairment or blind people helped us to understand how to visit the city by not only using our eyes, but also using other means. And also different collectives of activists that use different artistic form to express themselves enabled us to see differently also traditional institution related to culture. For example, here you see the municipal opera house, which was invaded by feminist movement on the left and also artistic performances on the right. And eventually, the most difficult target to engage were students. Because they are normally left out by the municipal activities of engagement and participation. So what the means that we used to involve them was through through building things, so through making pop-up infrastructure, pop-up places, and also provocatory intervention, as you can see on the right, by turning spaces that were neglected to pedestrian into lawns, into temporary lawns. So using this also provocative language to trigger discussion and to trigger transformation, and that's exactly what happened. Moving to Lisbon, Lisbon chose as an area of development and of experimentation Marvila, the Marvila district. This is which is surrounded by the wealthier and more expensive area in the city. It is in fact a rent gap where rents are lower than they could be. Lisbon evolved over the last 20 years through urban regeneration project, mass tourism, but Marvila found itself in the middle, like an enclave, a ghetto. And it is now being regenerated with the classical ingredients of the regeneration, which is breweries, bakeries, heritage building converted into co-working spaces, creative industries. And then there's all, of course, the large murals on buildings, which are mostly public housing blocks. However, the neighborhood still houses a large majority of elderlies, for example, or children who do not work and do not study. And of course, also a great amount of empty buildings. And these empty buildings also are part of the former Expo district. And there's a feeling also of a large community bond, especially among all this generation. So another activities that ROC provided here was, of course, the one of getting to know this neighbor and this neighborhood. So in order to provide an alternative narration of this piece of city. And the first thing that was done was an ethnographic research. And in order to intervene kind of these free spaces left behind by these speculative forces, but that they were very much depository of high concentration of immaterial heritage. So this alternative narration was triggered by this cultural local outpost, which is the Library of Marvila, a place where children and kids are always are growingly finding new opportunities also to develop startups, for example. And this alternative narration was built as a kind of plugin of the Library of Marvila, by this action called the Interpretative Center, Centro Interpretativo. It was basically a social museum built of the different voices of the elderly in the neighborhood. And these memories, the interesting thing is that they were not only co-created, co-produced, but they were co-curated in a way. So it was a project of co-authorship of this collaborative social museum. And this idea of different narration was also perceived in this other action in Lisbon, that is bibliogamers, that use the languages of video game and of game jam sessions lasting nine days of designing video games to narrate differently the neighborhood of Marvilla, and this time provided by children, by kids. So another way to tell a story and to tell memory and to diffuse memory about this part of the city. So ROC ended at the end of 2020. So of course, we went through a time of uncertainty, we still are. So we are now questioning what is the future of this experimental method put in place by the project, and what is the legacy of this temporary pop-up and micro action that we implemented. So definitely, what is the role of urban heritage as a key element around which to build an effective return to the experience of public spaces in historic city centers? I will leave you with two reflections, with two final open questions that I still have in my mind. So ROC implemented a kind of hybrid and circular governance. And as most European projects do, my wonder now is, it is a good practice from a European project, another good practice from a European project, or could this really be a tool that is able to, in a way, shift and recalibrate this hierarchical relationship between the different institutional actors that are in charge of managing urban heritage? This is one of the questions. And then about the action. ROC, of course, didn't intervene in structural dimension of the cities, didn't change the physical part of the city, but it provided soft action. It provided more inspiration action to trigger different behavior towards citizens and towards also institutions. So these soft action, are they just good insights, good tips, good suggestion, or could they really be new ways to inform policies? Could they really be generator of more sustainable change? So definitely, are they systemic, or do they remain isolated from the very reason of the overall urban development process? I don't have an answer to this question, and I'm concluding here, but we try to reflect upon it in the final publication of ROC, which I leave you here. So what I can say in definitive is that in a period of 4 years of the development of this project, I think it's not possible to completely reshuffle the operational process and the also power processes that are strongly rooted around heritage in different cities. So I think this process of political transition and also spontaneous reorganization of different areas that is initiated by the project should continue for years, especially the observation of it, in order to try to radically rethink the dialogical dimension, especially between cultural offer, urban fabric, and community. And I thank you very much.
Thank you, Martina, for this really nice project and presentation about these two cases in Bologna and Lisbon. So I'm going to introduce another guest. Unfortunately, there is a change in our plan, so Carlo Roccafiorita won't be here today for personal reasons, and so I'm going to introduce Irene Ritardi from the University of Tor Vergata, which is a PhD in Business Administration and postdoc fellow. So Irene, it's a very great pleasure to have you here.
Hi, hello to everyone. Thank you, Federica, for the invitation. And I share my presentation. Okay.
Yeah, we can see.
Okay, this is my presentation. Okay, thank you, perfect. Okay, so I'm here today to present our research that started 2015, and today I'm here to present this presentation on social innovation industrial heritage with a specific case studies. The case studies are MAM in Rome, the city where I live and work. MAM is a living museum in a suburb area in Rome, and this case studies is very particular because it's unique, because it's a museum, and the main time is occupied space with people from different nations that live in this space. A little bit background about the role of public art. In the past, public art has a different role. For example, narrative role with the Arch of Constantine, or for example, spiritual role, and with the church, no? With the Notre Dame, for example, but also could be a role of like educational role, for educational role, but also a function of educational and intimidating. For example, these medieval murales from Italy. In the present, the role of public art changed. We have different examples here. Change, and the role could be, for example, requalification. We have an example from another neighbor from Rome, in Rome, Tormarancia, where the street art, with a project from public administration, start this project street art in public and in social housing. So for Roman public administration, this kind of project helped to requalify this neighborhood. Or, for example, regenerate other neighbor. The example here is from a neighbor in Mexico City. But another kind of role is, for example, the increased awareness of climate change with this opera from the Belgium, and also a critic function with this opera from Bansky. So the research question of my research is to analyze the state of the art of bottom-up action, because a lot of this kind of public art project start from the civil society, and that lead to cultural and social generation of industrial heritage, so from abandoned space. We consider different drivers as a bottom-up model, self-made urbanism, that is a specific urban change process, stakeholder engagement, and public art. Why public art? Because one of the first research that I did with my colleagues was, first of all, what are the urban change process, and what is the role of public administration in this process, and the public art in this process. So the literature review are the various literature review. First of all, the urban changes process, the literature review of urban stakeholder, and the civic engagement and common goods, because another question is this public space, this industrial heritage has also a common goods. So we can use this abandoned space also for the public needs, for the social, for the civil society needs. In 2016, with my colleagues, we define these four urban changes process: requalification, the gentrification, self-made urbanism, and regeneration. And we try to identify a specific indicator. For example, on the object of the urban change process, the pioneer, who are the stakeholders that start this process, the various stakeholders, who are the stakeholders that affect this process, the PR role, the public administration role, and the results. What is the result about the urban changes process? In particular, in this research that I present today, the case studies of MAM represent a self-made urbanism process. This process is a bottom-up model that's born from the civil society, and is usually see this process in industrial heritage and in general in abandoned property, public or private property. The stakeholders that affect are public spaces, abandoned spaces, community, civil society, and the community that lives in the specific neighbor. The role of public administration, if the public administration have a role in this change, in this process, could be a function as aggregator, where the public administration have an active role in this process. The result about this process could be, for example, a rebirth of a space, and also a rebirth of a lot of activity, cultural activity in the neighborhood. So is it possible, thanks to this kind of self-made urbanist process, have a rebirth of, in particular, of the suburb area? So the research methodology is on a qualitative approach, in a specific, is an ethnographic approach through a different kind of instrument tools. First of all, the interview to pioneers who start the project of Metropolis and MAM, the participant observation, the case studies analysis, and also the study of different documents. And thanks to also this last methodology, the information from the documental analysis and also the interview could be elaborated in a card with specific categories. So this card could be can use also for other kind of studies to systematize the case studies. So in these ways, it's very simple to compare different case studies of case studies. So this is a specific research methodology about the question, but it's important to see that the interview that I did in the past years, I did the interview to the founder of the MAM, to the housing movement, to the internal cultural activator of the museum, and the external cultural activator of the museum. So this is the case studies, MAM. This is the Museo dell'Alto e dell'Altrove, museum of the is a very particular museum that MAM was created in an ex factory of Fiorucci, is a factory of salami, and was being occupied in the second part of 2000. And in 2009, one anthropologist and a documentarist started a project called Metropolis. Was a documentary that with a narration where the inhabitants of the metropolis, metropolitiani, people with different from Italy, from Peruvian, Romanian, so with different cultural and also ethnic provenience. So they start to build a rocket to go to the moon. Was a very impactful documentary for the public administration to say, if we can live in Italy, if we don't have space to live in Italy, we go to live to the moon. Why this? Because in Rome, okay, there is almost 5 million inhabitants, but we have a lot of problem with, for example, with the social housing. So, and also we have almost 50% of the public space, public building empty. So this was a provocative documentary. After this documentary, Giorgio De Finis, the anthropologist, started also an art project. So he invited different artists to share their art in this space. This space start to be a real museum. The first function of this place is housing for the inhabitant, but also the museum with different and various artists. For example, Pistoletto with the Venere degli Stracci, Luca Maleonte, and a lot of more artists, and start also to have different activities, and the people go to this place to see the different art of this space, but also the metropolis, because MAM is the art project, but the place, the name of the place is Metropolis, have also another social function. Is also a playground for the children, because in this place live 200 people, women, men, and also children. And so the social function is also a playground for the children, and also a library and school for the children who lives in this place. This is the card that synthesized the case studies with the normal case studies, the urban area. We know that the metropolis born in this ex-factory. In this time, this ex-factory is not a public property, but is a private property. The property is from Salini, is a very important industry in Italy. The residents are about 200. The founders of this project are Giorgio De Finis and Fabrizio Broni, and also Blocchi Metropolitani that help these inhabitants to occupy this place. The first project started in 2009 with Space Metropolis, the documentary, and the MAM, the art project, the museum, started in 2012. The promoters of this project, a lot of promoters, inhabitants, visitors, artists. All the artists share their art for free, so without payment. Commercial activities, but also the community who live in this neighborhood For example, a lot of people that live in this neighborhood for Sapienza that is situated in a suburb area of Rome, in the southeast of Rome, very near at the end of Prenestina. So very near to the GRA, Grande Accordo Anulare. So a lot of inhabitants start to leave also the metropolis and the activity that metropolis start to promote in their area. So this place start to be also an aggregator between the community, the inhabitant of the neighbor, and the inhabitant from the metropolis. The urban changing process is the self-made urbanism because it's a bottom-up model. This is the case success factor of these case studies is that the residents of metropolis are also the project stakeholders. So it's in that Giorgio De Finis and Fabrizio Boni start the idea of the documentary, but the residents are also the stakeholders that start the project together with the pioneers, with the stakeholder who have the idea. Okay, the process was managed in participated contest. So also the project, the documentary and the museum project is co-managed with the community, the resident, and with the resident and with the other stakeholder, with the artist and with the artist. For example, every Wednesday in the metropolis resident and also other stakeholders, for example, Blocchi Metropolitani and Giorgio De Finis, did a reunion to decide altogether which kind of artists or which kind of activities or when open also the museum, because the people live in this museum.
1 minute left.
Okay, yeah. So at the end, at the beginning, I start this presentation with a question: what is the role of public art? In this case, in this specific case studies, public art, the function of public art became became a barricade that defends the inhabitant from public administration and also private property, because these two stakeholders try to give some problem to the inhabitant, because give a penalty, a very big sorry. The Salini would want to change this space in a commercial way. So in this way, the museum defends the needs and the problem of this inhabitant from this inhabitant. So this is the final findings. Thank you very much for your attention, and I leave the presentation, and also if you want the last publication of the research. Thank you.
Many thanks, Irene, for this very interesting also project and case study. And so speaking about industrial sites, we move to the next presentation, and now it's my turn. And so for those who just connected to the YouTube channel and also here in Zoom, I'm Federica Scaffidi. I'm a researcher and lecturer at the Leibniz University of Hanover. And so I'm going to share my screen. see my presentation. So for this session about social innovation and urban heritage, I'm going to talk about social innovative recycling of productive heritage. And so focusing attention on that abandoned assets that we have in Italy, Germany, and Spain. Because I believe in a future where neglected and dead sites become livable and vibrant spaces for the future. And so in creating innovative business models and model of management that promote new jobs, community services, social cultural activities, and urban development, as we mentioned also in the previous lecture. And so transforming this abandoned resource that we consider heritage into sustainable, vibrant ecosystems. And so how do we make this possible? How do we create this future? And to answer to this question, with my research, I analyzed a few examples in Europe, especially in the three nations that I mentioned before. And I analyzed the impacts of these models, of these new enterprises that manage these neglected sites, and to observe what kind of impacts we have in the community, in the asset itself, in the resource, and in the urban context. And so today I'm going to show briefly 3 cases, so one for Germany, one for Italy, and the third about Spain. And I will spend a bit more time for the third case because it's my case study. And so today we should have had the presentation of Carlo Roccafiorita about Periferica. And so let me say a few words about Periferica because I consider it also a very successful example of model of management and recycling of former productive heritage. And so we are in a former limestone quarry that today is a social cultural hub, and they create different kind of social culture activities, and they increase the quality of life with culture and education. And here what we can see as model management is a social cooperative, so a social enterprise that try to recycling this heritage with through educations, co-working activities and cultural events. But what I found very interesting in this specific case is that the influence they have is not just related to the asset, but we can see also positive impacts into the urban context. And so one of the last projects they developed in cooperation with the municipality of Mazara is called Rigenerata, and create a pact with the municipality in order to create, to open the spaces, the neglected spaces of the city, develop the margins, so the fringes of Mazara, enhance the heritage and empower people with education. And here you can see some of the 4 points they developed together with the municipality. But I want to start with the first example I selected for this presentation. And so we are in Germany, in Leipzig. This is the Baumwollspinnerei. That was a former cotton mill, and today is a space for art and culture. In this specific case, instead, we can see that the model used, and so the management model is private, and so there is a management company that invested and bought these buildings, and so the property of the Baumwollspinnerei, and create so a new future related to art and culture. But inside we can see also other businesses, no profit and institution. And the main aim also in this case is to improve the quality of life through artistic initiatives and public participation. And we can see also, before we were talking about the different stakeholders, also in this case, the municipality plays an important role in this social innovative recycling of this productive asset. And also in this case, we can see that the city of Leipzig also tried to create also a financial program to involve also unemployed people. And so inside this area of Spinnerei, we can see different kind of social cultural activities and different forms of social enterprises, companies that work in the direction of the arts and culture. And so we can see activities related to theater, cinema, dance, or many galleries. I personally interviewed the director of Alle Vierzehn, which is a contemporary art center that works on the international exhibitions. And so what was really important in this conversation with Michael Hartz was this aspect of the social engagement. And he told me that this is one of the main aspects in the recycling of this site. They also tried from the beginning also creating a symposium called How Architecture Can Think Socially in order to try to promote also better understanding of this property, of this asset, because in general, in many cases, product industrial assets are not so recognized as quality, as valuable heritage. And so today, what we can see in these spaces in between the city center of Leipzig and the Baumol Spinnerei are spaces more lively spaces with creative and cultural initiatives, and also new influx of residents in this space. And again, the city of Leipzig also played an important role, and as recognized the importance of the art sector and implemented a creative strategy in the integrated urban development program. And so today, so here, this is the city of Leipzig. This is the historic center of the city, and here is located the Baumol Spinnerei. And we can observe that today, thanks to also this intervention in this specific productive asset, we see a new flows, new connections between these two sides of the city. The second example that I want to show you is in Italy, in Apulia, is Exfada. It's quite known in the European background, but I felt was useful also for our international guests to mention it, because it was a former wine factory, and today is one of the projects, one of the urban laboratory of the Volenti Spiriti project. And this collaborative space where there are many kinds of social cultural initiatives and interventions. And again, the model of management in this case is played by a society and Sunday SRL and the social cooperative. And so both entities played an important role in the social innovative recycling of this asset. And so we see that there are many forms, many kinds of social cultural initiatives they organize. So I selected here from the website a few of them. So for example, related to sport, about like the fencing club, or ingeniously, there is an association basically from women of San Vito de Normanni that work on craftsmanship and handmade works, and so to also sensitize to the community to traditions and handmade works. And then it's food social restaurant that also involve people with disabilities in their work. And so this social dimension is also quite important in this specific case, because the community is part of the transformation of this space. It's not only involved in the activities, but also in open debates, and so they are part of the process of recycling of this site. And we can see, as I mentioned before, that this is one of the experiences in Puglia, promoted by the Regione Puglia from the Assessorato of Youth Policies and Social Innovation, which ambition was to redevelop neglected assets in a social innovative way. And this impact also we can see in the urban context, San Vito Nenormani, so the municipality of San Vito, together with Expat, also created a plan, a pact, in order to redevelop some assets, defining new use tools and governance models for disused urban spaces of the town of San Vito. And this is the project Santo Vito Mia that I want to mention. And so in these cases so far that I mentioned, we can observe how the effects that we have in the community, in the town, and in the asset. And so we can also observe a bit more these elements in the third and last example that I decided to show you today, and that is called the Salinas Daniana Saltworks. We are in the Basque Country in Spain, and this is a cultural and productive space, a space for innovation, and this is managed by a social enterprise that, together with the local government, the municipality, and the Gachaga society, manages and enhances the resource with social culture initiatives. And so here, this is the town. It's a very small town, 157 inhabitants, and these are the saltworks, so basically almost the double of the town. And I interviewed many people of the community, and it was useful to understand the role of the stakeholders. And so it was really important, the role of the municipality in the recycling project, and of the community, as also Edorta Novaldio, the former mayor, mentioned in an interview, because they really fought a struggle in order to get to receive that have been recognized this heritage as historic heritage of Spain. And another important role was played by the government, and so the Diputación Foral de Álava, that it is the government of Vitoria-Gasteiz, in which Salinas Daniana is inside, and so and they created this master plan for strategic planning, the plan director, which main objectives were integral recovery of the site, the sustainable future design, and the social culture and economic development of the territory. And so what's really important to mention this aspect, because are part of the main objective of this social enterprise of this foundation by Salado, that today produces the salt of Salinas Daniana, and create also socioeconomic and tourist development for the region through research programs for schools, families, universities, guided tours, special activities like salt workshop, work camps, salt spa, and exhibitions. And here are a few photos of the experiences that you can find in Salinas Daniana, and the products of Salinas, so the flor de sal, chuzo de sal. And we can see this impact also in the tourist growth. And so we can see in 10 years from 5,000 tourists to 74,000 tourists. So there is a very huge increase, and the same for related to the economic growth and for merchandising, tools, and commercialization. But we can also observe these positive impacts into the urban space. And so we know that this is a very small town with with just 157 inhabitants. But thanks to this social innovative recycling of this productive heritage, new services and new companies were developed, and so there are new parking lots, tourist centers, social centers, new bed and breakfast shops and restaurants and bars in Salinas Daniana. And so, just to recap, what is I found from this experience is three main factors of success. In all these experiences, we can see that, first of all, there is the government support. So a support from ministries, regions, provinces that enhance this, that promote the enhancement of these assets. Then the presence of an entity that oversees the recycling and runs the space, like company, social enterprise, municipality in some cases. And then the third is the community engagement. And then we can observe that there are three main outcomes. So in all these examples, we can see that there is the recycling of the heritage, because from the neglect situation, this neglect experience, we move to size of social culture activities. And then we have new economic opportunities for the site and for outside the site, and the urban revitalization of the urban context. So many thanks. So we move, I just finished my presentation with the ring of the alarm. And so I'm going to present directly the next contribution from Ioana Katapidi, that is a researcher and lecturer of the University of Birmingham. And so, Ioana, you.
Thank you very much, Federica. Thank you. Thank you very much for the invite. It's also very nice to see some familiar faces and names here. So I'm glad to be with you today. I'm just going to share my screen. Just give me a second. Is it coming up?
Yeah, we can see it.
All right. Let me go to full screen mode. Yeah, here it is. So today, what I'm going to present is really a snapshot of some work that we undertook in China. So it's by no means a completed research. I am afraid that I will raise more questions than I will provide solutions to problems, but I found that it fits very well to the narrative of the seminar, of the conference today, because it is about industrial heritage. It is about various types of industrial heritage in a context that personally I was not familiar with. It involves some fascinating industrial spaces. And the question of how we manage these spaces, how we involve local communities, I think is very important. So what I'm going to do today is just to give a snapshot of some of these spaces. Actually, I will stay with your rationale, Federica. I will just reflect on 3 case studies, and then potentially I will just raise some issues, some areas that we can discuss later on. So just very briefly, an outline of the presentation. So I will start with the conceptual framework, just a little bit on the current state of the art. I will just proceed in contextual information about China, and especially industrial heritage in China, then industrial heritage and regeneration, some regeneration projects in the particular context. And then I will move down to my case studies, and we will close with some reflections and emerging questions. So very briefly, just reflecting on the current state of the art, we have seen that heritage in general, and especially urban heritage, is taking much space in the current discussions around heritage regeneration, the role of heritage as a tool or as a lever of economic development, economic and social development. We have seen its role and potential to the creative city or creative class or creative industry. So we have seen that the past 10 to 20 years are really active in terms of how industrial heritage is being treated worldwide. So there is a lot when it comes to research. Now, when it comes to industrial heritage, not heritage in general, but industrial heritage, I think it's very important to think beyond the rusty factories, beyond the dusty infrastructure, beyond the foundries, the mines, all these big spaces and buildings, because I think they include something that is very important, which is the societal history of industrial communities and how these have evolved, how these are still relevant, how they connect with these spaces. So I think that this social dimension is quite important when we talk about these spaces. As most of you are aware, there is a number of examples of industrial heritage reuse in Europe, in US, all over the world. However, when we talk about heritage regeneration, industrial focused heritage in China, we are talking about qualitatively different spaces, places, rationale. So I think the context is very, very different. In terms of the types of industrial heritage, we can see types that we are very familiar with, but at the same time, we have a great number of industrial heritage spaces linked to Cold War. So here we have another layer of complexity to deal with because it bears certain connotations. So understanding this local context and the specificities, I think, is very crucial for a meaningful reuse and regeneration. Very briefly, to give you a snapshot of the Chinese context and how industrial heritage is in Chinese cities, we have very generally three categories. We have industrial heritage related to 19th and 20th century. We have the Chinese socialist production practice spaces, which have been produced during the 1947-1978, when we talk about the intensification of the industry. And then we are moving to industrial heritage of the impact of urban transformation in post-reform period. So we're talking about the period since the late 1970s and later on, where we are observing a state of dereliction in a number of these industrial sites. Some very general trends in terms of their reuse, and here I'm just very quickly have a snapshot of the three major cities, Beijing, Shanghai, and Chongqing, where my case studies are being located. So in general, we see in Beijing, because it's more dynamic, more arty, crafty, we have spontaneous reuse by artists that started in the 90s. Then we have the recognition by the state and local governments that they promote further this kind of reuse. We have public and private partnerships. We have this type of schemes. So from the 1990s onwards, Beijing is quite active in regenerating places that have to do with industrial heritage. The same happens in Shanghai. We see pretty much a similar approach. Maybe we have some more initiatives there due to the presence of the universities and the artist sector as well. But again, there is this top-down approach whereby the local government or the state is responsible for the reuse of such places. Now, when we go to the area, the wider area of Chongqing, which I will show you in a bit, is located just at the center of China, a little bit towards the west. We are still at the early stage of industrial reuse. It is less active in the promotion of cultural heritage sector. So we have seen much less happening here. So we were invited in this area, and this was a project initiated by the British Council in collaboration with Shanghai University. So we were invited in this area to view some of these places and provide some initial thoughts on the area and the potential of this area. Here I present a table which sums up some of the projects that have been undertaken in Beijing, in Shanghai, and Chongqing. The reason I'm having this table here is definitely not to go through each single case, but just to show that when we go to the area of Chongqing, just at the end, we have very, very limited active engagement with this kind of project. So it is something that is starting really now. It has started only very recently. When we talk about the different types of heritage in these different cities, Beijing, Shanghai, and Chongqing, we see state-led heavy industry project. We see projects related to light industry. We see urban infrastructure for multiple uses. But what is qualitatively different in Chongqing is the military industry, and is a type of industrial heritage that is quite challenging when we talk about reuse. And I will show you in a bit why this is the case. So just to locate you where we are, we're, as I said, just at the center towards the west of Shanghai. Chongqing area, the municipality, the wider municipality is the size of Austria. The city itself is adjacent to rural countries, which again makes it different to Shanghai and Beijing and other cities. It has been a wartime capital during the Second Sino-Japanese War, and it has been a major manufacturing and transportation center. This is just for the context. Now, the areas that we focused on were three different types of industrial sites. One had to do with the military industry, one with manufacturing industry, and then a completely different one that has to do with a worker village. It was a village purposely built for workers that used to work in a manufacturing industry in this area, and it has been completely or almost remoted now. So the first project, which is a really fascinating site, it is called the 816 site. This is supposed to be a nuclear military plant. Actually, this is a giant, it's a huge infrastructure, it's 9 floors under the earth. It's the biggest man-made cave in the world. It's a complex construction which was set up for an atomic reactor and storage of atomic energy and nuclear fuel. It occupies the space of up to 151 million cubic meters. It is about 80 meters high, so you can understand the volume of it. It contains, now we're talking about all the space under the earth, it contains more than 130 roads, tunnels, and the total length is 24 kilometers in the cave. So for this project, I think 20,000 officers were employed, to dig, and this is all manual work. And it was designed so that it can resist the magnitude of a big earthquake. And for all this time, it was not, you could not identify it in the map. They have even tweaked the details on the map so that this area is not obvious in the maps. And it was only after it became redundant, it was only in 2010 that they started thinking about the regeneration of the space and what they can do. And it's only recently that they decided to open part of it to the tourists and to promote it as a tourist attraction. So now I'll just show you some of the pictures from the past of how they did all this manual work, which is very impressive. Today, part of it, you can see on the right-hand side, just the opening to the tunnel and the train on the left-hand side that takes you just at the doorstep. And then you can go further down. It features some of the bombs, some of this nuclear sort of heritage. They try to incorporate some modern technology, but yet the food floor, the visitation is very limited. At the time that we were there, we didn't see many people coming in, so it's very, very much underused, and they are seeking ways of mobilizing it further and opening it further. Yet there is some work to be done regarding the promotion, regarding the reuse of other spaces, because obviously we're talking about a huge space. Now, the next example comes from an area very close by. It is a manufacturing industry. It is a big factory, again, that it contains many facilities. The workers used to live there, so there are residences, some complementary spaces, even spaces for amusement, such as a small theater here. This has been redundant. It used to produce engines, different types of engines, and they are seeking to employ an approach by which they open part of it as a museum, and then some other spaces they are seeking to co-develop with the community, but yet the community engagement is very limited. It's a very much top-down approach, so it's only this part that you can see here that it's open for visitation. The advantage here is that it's in a very, very close proximity to some rural areas. So you have all this green space, which is not very far from the city. So it attracts people just for its natural environment. So the question here is how we can combine these two spaces. And I am just moving to the next case study, which was for me very interesting. It is a workers' village. It is called Shaba Town. It is located next, very close to that factory that I have here on the screen. This used to be an active industry. Now there are not only few spaces that they are still active here, but very, very limited activity. I am just going to show you some of the buildings in the area. All of them have been abandoned. Just very few places are being occupied by residents at the moment. And we're talking about huge infrastructure that is lost somewhere in the bit of in the middle of nowhere, and with a few people still staying around that face economic problems, that face other issues that have to be resolved if we're talking about a holistic and sustainable approach to their development. Yet you can see this marriage between the nature and the infrastructure. So again, it is a matter of how we capitalize on this combination. These are some of the buildings that used to be in the area, now completely derelict. There was a theater, there was a big cinema, there was a school. So we're talking about a full functioning, autonomous sort of community, whereby very, very little staff is there. You can see the state of dereliction at the moment. This is just the top front. It was the entrance to the cinema, and the bottom right, it was the entrance to the theater and some communal spaces, which is very, very much underused at the moment. And this is a space for discussion in terms of how it can be used to facilitate certain activities, to attract people, and to essentially regenerate the entire area. So this is the general overview of the area, again, at the very, very bad state of dereliction. And this just few of the people from the local community that, again, are still wondering what is going to be happening here. The level of engagement is very low. The approach that is being taken is very top down. So there are people deciding about their future without them being consulted in a way, but with the potential, with the willingness to open up and potentially create a more cooperative approach, if you like. So this is at the very, very early stage. It's at the stage of conceptualization at the moment. And I would just like to highlight some of the key areas, some of the themes that we have identified. And even though we see that these three projects are, in terms of their nature, they're very different, still there are some overlapping issues that we need to take into consideration when we talk about their regeneration. So we see that we have very large spaces. They bear certain socio-political connotations. We're talking about sites building during the Cold War, representing a certain political regime, that they have been evacuated because of certain political reasons. So it's a matter of how we bring this into life by creating other connotations that are capable of bringing people along and creating something that is more sustainable. The state of dereliction and despair, as you can tell, is very high, and it's been there for a long time. So the costs involved are very high. The socioeconomic issues, I think, are the big issues to address, because we're talking about unemployment in the area, we're talking about poor living conditions, especially for some people of the local communities. So when we are considering the type of regeneration or the type of reuse, it is a matter of not only polishing the buildings, but also work with communities to provide better socioeconomic conditions and work with them and co-create these conditions. We are talking about connectivity as well, because some of these areas are kind of remoted, accessible only by private means. So if the vision is to bring people, bring tourists, or create a certain type of tourist industry, how we connect this to the rest of the world. The communities, as well, as I mentioned before, have been very disadvantaged in some of these areas. So how we bring these communities into the discussion, and what are the other needs that we need to cover before we talk about any type of regeneration or reuse that is open to just tourism. And of course, the big question of the approach that we follow, whether it's going to be top-down or bottom-up to valorize such places. So some questions from these specific case studies is the extent to which these sites have the potential to serve as a lever for heritage-led regeneration. Apart from renovating these areas, I think the vision is to bring life, to rejuvenate the economy here. So to what extent these areas can function in that way, they can provide this tool. Obviously, from what we can see, they provide the potential to function as incubators of culture and creative economy, but this requires thinking, this requires discussion with different stakeholders, and also because we are talking about very big spaces with many different elements around, how we move from a building-based approach to a more holistic conservation of the overall environment and the landscape. So how we provide a more holistic approach to the entire site. We've seen this combination between nature and the industrial infrastructure. So how we can capitalize on the links between this natural and cultural sort of environment. And how this is different to pure urban heritage sites, because I think there is an opportunity here. Also, because we're talking about, in some of these places, we're talking about industries and histories that are pretty much still alive. I mean, there are people from the communities that they have memories of these places when they were built, when they were active. So how we bring the oral histories and memories into this planning and into heritage-led regeneration. Due to the negative or challenging connotation of these places to war, to Cold War, to political heavy histories, how we rebrand their identities and how we transform their identities into something that is more positive and more welcoming, depending on the vision that people have for this area, but also how we go beyond tourism to mobilize and engage the local population and provide the necessary facilities and cover needs that are really, really important to people who live and engage with these sites on a daily basis. So understanding these dynamics and also bringing the local communities and the different stakeholders to foster participation, I think is very critical for this kind of places. So when we talk about participation here, very quickly, we need to question what we mean by participation. So there are different levels of participation. I just point at three that we most commonly find in tourist development: coercive participation, which is the lowest level of participation. This is where you just have simple information distributed for the local communities, but local communities cannot play any part in the decision making. Then we have the average sort of participation, the so-called induced participation, whereby the local communities can make some decisions. Sorry, Federica?
1 minute left.
1 minute. Yeah. I'll just be very quick. And the spontaneous participation, where all the power and decision making is in the hands of local communities. So which level of participation we go for. Again, it depends on the political context, it depends on the social dimensions, but also it depends on a number of factors that have to do with motivation, opportunity, and ability. So motivation has to do with the willingness of the different stakeholders and their interests to become involved in the development process. But we also need the opportunity. So we're talking about the preconditions, such as the political will, the rules and the channels to make this participation possible. And then the ability that has to do, it's contingent upon various factors such as knowledge, skills, cultural background, etc. So just to finish off, again, I promise that I will bring more questions than answers. So who is responsible for making decisions on heritage listing and their use of this heritage? What is the political climate and the future orientation for these places? How we can foster better interaction between authorities and local communities, how we go about heritage that is ignored by authorities, such as the memories, such as the oral histories, and what is the role of the capacity of communities in fostering this sort of heritage, and also the opposite. What do we do about heritage that has been ignored by communities, but is important for local authorities? How we bring this discussion and how we bring these different stakeholders together. And overall, I think that it is a matter of fostering the discussion and opening up the debate in ways that can be facilitating for these different stakeholders, which is obviously a challenge, not only in the particular context, but I believe in many international projects around the world. So thank you very much. Sorry if I took more time.
Many thanks, Joanna. No, it was really nice presentation, very nice project. And so from China, now we move to Mexico, and I'm glad to invite Monica Lopez Franco, which is an architect and PhD candidate in UK, in the University College London. Monica, yeah.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. And yeah, should I share?
You can share, yes.
Yeah, I also, my presentation is, it raises more issues than it resolves, but I hope you will enjoy it. Can you see it?
No, so far, no.
No?
No, but seems that you are starting sharing it, so.
Well, it
you
seems
have to do a double click. It seems that you have to do a double click to enter full screen mode.
Okay. Getting there.
Do you have a PDF or was a PowerPoint?
No, it's a PowerPoint.
You should have in the share screen there the possibility to share your window, your yes, or the desktop.
Okay. Can you see it now?
No, I think you have to go out again and re-share, possibly share.
I'm very sorry.
No worries. See, Miguel, do you want to share the presentation?
Yeah, okay, give me just a minute. You still can't see it?
No, I think, have you close already the sharing? Because right now we just see this screen with Monica Lopez has started sharing, screen sharing, and then double click to enter for screen mode. if you like, you can send to me also a WeTransfer in my email, and then I can share for you the presentation. But I don't know if you are hearing me right now. I think there are some problems with the connection of Monica. I think, yeah, we just wait a few minutes just to give her the possibility to also present. In the meantime, check if she sends us the presentation. But so far, I think all topics that we discussed about during this session were very, very interesting and really connected to this second session about social innovation and urban heritage. And so I'm very happy to know about your researches, and so also spread globally. And so I found very, very interesting these topics and cases that you mentioned. And I found very nice that we really speak the same language. And so we all talk about the importance of the community, of the stakeholders' engagement, and the also in the involvement in the regeneration of the towns, of cities, and of heritage in the same time. And so I think we can also start a bit our discussion, waiting for Monica, because right now I think she's not here. And so, yeah, I don't know if there are any questions or comments related to the previous presentations. Okay, so I have, unfortunately, I just received a message from Monica. She asked for a few minutes, so yeah, we can continue with some questions. And so I don't know if there are comments. Yes, maybe Jörg. Yeah.
It's more a question, a short question, no? Not yet for the discussion. For Joanna, in this example, there haven't been problems about contamination of this atomic industry plant. Not at all. Or...
Not really, because it was never activated. So actually the substance has never been there. It was dedicated, and during the Cold War for such a use, but there was never been activated. So all the infrastructure is there, apart from the substance, the material. So I think this makes it even more interesting, because it was planned to be as the biggest nuclear plant, and it was never used, it was never activated as such.
No, I think it's really very interesting, not only because it's exotic somehow, no, but as Federica said, no, it really shows that we are all dealing with similar problems in the world, no, and let's say speaking about industrial heritage in big cities is really super different to speaking in rural areas, no, that let's say shows also the background, no, of these initiatives to industrialize the peripheries, no, what happened in Europe the same way, no, and today we are dealing with the ruins of this industrial politics of the past, no, and today it's really difficult to set them into new networks, because there are no new networks, no. On the other hand, it's interesting, no, and attractive, no, and maybe, and this would be maybe a bit more open question, no, that sites like this, not only, let's say, to look at them themselves, but as part of some more extended initiatives or networks, no, that go beyond the single site. Did you observe something like this in your example?
I think, the initiative, actually what people wanted to do there was to extend and probably merge with, actually including the general planning of the areas, because we're talking about huge projects. So I think I agree with what you say. We can't have a site focused approach for this kind of places. It is the very early stage for the proposals there. So I think they're in the process of still thinking how they're gonna go about it. But there is definitely the willingness of undertaking some bigger projects that involve not only the regeneration of these places as such, but the vision for the wider area. And because Chongqing area in general has been very industrial in a way, or manufacturer oriented, they are seeking to open up a little bit to tourism and probably, you know, also accelerate or promote this dimension through the industrial heritage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was thinking also that in all this presentation, we are dealing with one of the same topic now for the reactivation, regeneration of urban context, a rural context. And so also Megan was mentioning about the social changes also in the COVID time. And so I want to know more about also if you feel, what do you think, in which way in future, how do we have to develop our cities, how this approach can change also in the heritage redevelopment?
What I like about the London example, even though I didn't go to fine grain, is that London is obviously a very old city, and there's some examples in Southwark and some of the inner city where they have this mix of sort of heritage and post-World War II, post-bombing, new developments for like social housing and other stuff. And I think what I see with some of the groups now that they've gotten to do the pop-up or reclaim the public space, is that they're spilling out into the road, which represents this massive public space from the laneways to sort of the parking, and actually exploring them in terms of how they would like to use them. So for example, in Southwark, there is a sort of a younger teenage type group who is reclaiming this historic space sort of near, if anyone's familiar, near like South Bank, that has been closed off for many years, and it represents sort of lots of different laneways. And they're using that as a skate park and have actually been cleaning graffiti off so that they can use the space as they want. So I think, you know, for me, it's sort of how do we take some of the things we liked from before, some of the things we didn't like in post-war, and then if you give these groups the opportunity to use the space when they haven't been able to use it or they haven't been able to claim it as their own, what would that mean for what they create for sort of the next phase? So I think that in terms of all this pop-up infrastructure and like the fact that it's rolling out really quickly and it doesn't take years of planning, it's in direct response to what those people in the local area want. What might that look like, and which changes can they make permanent that would benefit their areas and how they see them living their lives in those spaces rather than what was predetermined.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was about to ask a question also to Martina about this, because you mentioned how the dimension of the space, and so as architects, for us it's really important to connect a special observation of the space. And so Martina was mentioning also in the presentation about the case of Bologna, the 2 points that for you were really important were to get to know the area and to get to know the actors. And so I just want to, it's just a reflection actually about how important it is for an architect and urban planner to connect these two dimensions. And so if you want to add something else about this connection between space and social dimension that we always mention.
Yes, I would add also another dimension which I'm getting affection recently, which is the corporeal dimension, so the bodily dimension. And I realized that through some of the actions that the project implemented, and then eventually moving backwards to the virtual experience with COVID, we lost this ability to engage with our bodies in the space. So getting to know the space through the body, through the movement even, and through also the movement with people with disability, for example, or with people with, I don't know, different ages or different relationship with the city. So temporary inhabitants was really different for our bodies. And what I felt was missing in the use of space was this dimension of being intertwined with the physical space as humans. So touch the space, not only touch the people. So I think the relationships that public spaces especially are able to trigger are very much related to this physical, corporeal dimension. That's something that I think we could explore more even in COVID times with this temporaneity of intervention, which sometimes, at least that's what I feel, it's something that is leaving me hanged there and without this physical experience, because sometimes it's even more, I don't know, elitarian experience, so to say, to be a little bit critical, at least in Bologna. Sometimes it's proposed by groups of people who do not open up their experiences to everybody, but they limited them to their own group of people. So I think working with the people with different abilities helped me understand also that us as, so to say, innovators or social innovators or researchers about social innovation, sometimes we leave behind other experiences or other type of people that can instead open up different visions.
Martina, no, what for me was surprising, no, that you said to involve students was kind of a revolution in Bologna, no? That's incredible.
Yeah, it is.
And no, but let's say it points maybe to a next point of discussion, no, for heritage in the periphery, you know, because it's almost never really only about the people living directly there, no, but, and that's one of the important discussions, no, we are having in urbanism about not only multi-place living, but multi-referentiality to places, no, that let's say probably for successful projects in the periphery, people need to be attracted, no, yeah. And let's say in different forms, no, this is not only about standard tourism, no, but let's say to create more constant relations and also other dimensions of bondage, no, that is not only information but becoming active in some way, you know, and this for me is very interesting, and this also differentiates, no, heritage in the periphery more to heritage in the city. I would even say, you know, this can be one field to transfer knowledge gained from the periphery to the city, no? I don't know, what do you think?
Definitely. I'm very fascinated by the student population in Bologna, because they are claimed by the politician as a student citizenship, but in fact, they don't feel this way. They don't feel engaged in having a say about, for example, for instance, university buildings. Just a simple thing that they should have a say. So not even services. That's why I say it was very challenging to engage them. And they are this part of this transient population that is crossing the city, the metropolitan city of Bologna every day. And when I speak about the student population, Bologna has this multi-campus that not only involves peripheries, but also parts of the region. So this is a much broader discourse, and each of these persons bring knowledge from their own hometown, maybe they're foreign, so they bring with them like baggage of experience that then they don't live as an heritage to the city, not even to the central part of the city. They just live, and then they don't leave anything to the city, and sometimes not even the city leave something to them. So I think that's an interesting approach to perceive for the larger part with a wider view of the city as metropolitan, but even regional dimension.
Okay, so I think in this moment, Monica, she can join us. And so I think if it's possible, she will try to present in the first session. And so I want just to say that was really very, very interesting, as also a very rich of information of research insights, this specific session. And so I really appreciate this morning together and talking about different topics and talking with different kind of point of views. And so I'm very glad for this first part. And so I want to thank you all for this great participation in this first part of the webinar. And so yeah, I think if you want to also to join us for the second, for the first session, it will be really our pleasure, and to continue with our discussion and sharing of insights and yeah, projects. No,
at 2 o'clock, no?
Yes, at 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock, yeah, we will meet, and so we will start with the presentation lecture from our special guest, Mosè Ricci. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye all.
Goodbye.